In light of the fact that the political leadership was also accused of corruption, it is noticeable that the civilian governments did not make any visible effort not to give financial guarantees to military foundations. Many members of the ruling party, the parliament, and their associates had taken loans from the government which turned into bad debts. The list of loan defaulters released in 2003 included the names of the AWT, former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif's Ittifaq Group, and many others. 118. Consolidating the economic interests, 1999 to 2005. The year 1999 proved to be a watershed in redefining the military's relations with the political players. The friction between Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif and the army chief, Pervez Musharraf, finally resulted in the latter taking over power on October 12, 1999. The army decided to move in to protect its interests, which it felt were being threatened by an inept political leadership. Sharif certainly did not enjoy a reputation for a sophisticated intellect, or deep understanding of organizational behavior and state matters. He was reputed to be a good Punjabi man whose main interest was cuisine. This rather uncharitable view of the Prime Minister does not take into account that Sharif had tried hard to curtail the power of the armed forces. However, he made the mistake of miscalculating the tenacity of the organization, and the ability of the generals to protect themselves at all costs. Arguably, he did not understand the link between the military's political and its economic power, or understand that greater economic opportunities would not placate the military, but strengthen its appetite for more power. By 1999, the armed forces had become a dominant player in the economy, and the generals had stakes in maintaining their control over both the economy and the politics of the state. The period after 1999 saw the military consolidating its political power and control of the state and society. Politically, Musharraf institutionalized the military's role in politics through reinstating the power of the president to sack the parliament and establishing the National Security Council, NSC. Musharraf in fact institutionalized the military's power better than his predecessors by creating the NSC and sharing the presidential power of dismissing governments with it. This move surely helped in co-opting other senior generals who were members of the NSC to his political scheme. Like the Turkish NSC, the Pakistani NSC had a wide jurisdiction over all strategic affairs including national security. The NSC had the power to deliberate on all issues of strategic importance. This was the first time that a number of senior generals had an opportunity to participate, almost at an equal level, in the highest policy-making deliberations. Therefore, the act of establishing the NSC was also about crystallizing the military's stakes in maintaining power. The NSC represented a natural upward progression of the military's power, which by 2004 had given it sufficient autonomy and confidence to participate and shape not only its own organization, but the political and economic destiny of the nation. Musharraf's regime is known for consolidating the economic stakes of the armed forces as well, especially those of the officer cadre. The economic power of the military was an expression of its political power. Senior officers including retired personnel demanded perks and privileges with greater confidence. For instance, the PN's retired rear admirals demanded personal staff, a facility that until then had only been granted to full admirals and vice admirals. The rear admirals based their claim on the fact that equivalent ranks in the army had personal staffs. This echoed the inter-services rivalry amongst the services, particularly between the Army and the Navy. The PN, it must be mentioned, was aggressively struggling to enhance its image in the country, particularly in the plains of the Punjab, where the people are not seafaring. The service had established a college in Lahore and recruitment centres in smaller towns of South Punjab such as Bahawalpur. The expansion in Bahawalpur can also be explained as a corollary of the senior naval officers' stakes in agricultural and urban real estate in the district. The PN posted a junior officer to Bahawalpur to take care of the landed interests of senior officers, but the position was justified on the basis of the Navy's recruitment center there. This presence also attracted the BF to Bahawalpur, where it opened a private college. The proliferation of the Navy's educational facilities marked a general trend in the expansion of the activities of the military subsidiaries in the education sector. During the period under study, the FF, SF, and AWT also increased the number of their schools and colleges. In fact, the AWT sought approval from the government to set up the Askari Education Board, AEB, to introduce its own system of examinations. The board represented an alternative to the inefficient government-run primary and secondary education boards. Since 9/11 in particular, there has been a lot of discussion regarding the poor standards of government-run schools and the education system, which are seen as a cause for the popularity of education in madrasas, religious schools. But more than improving standards of education, the private education boards represent the military regime's concept of divesting the government of its responsibility of providing quality education and shifting the burden to the private sector, which charges greater fees for providing education. Building on the military's image as the most capable institution, the AEB presented itself as an organization that could fill the gap created by the non-performing public sector educational institutions. The establishment of the board was also a case of the military benefiting from the government's overall theme of encouraging public-private partnerships through creating new and more efficient institutional mechanisms. The AEB was responsible for conducting examinations in all Army-controlled schools. Its system of examination was also offered to other private schools. The other group allowed to set up an independent board was the Aga Khan University Board. This was owned by the resource-rich community of the minority Ismaili group, which has also opened a private medical college in Pakistan. These are elite groups providing education to the upcoming middle class. Neither system reached out to the grassroots where the problem of the lack of quality education actually lies. Following in the Army's footsteps, the BF also consolidated its interests in the education sector by getting the government's approval for setting up a university. The Baria University Ordinance was passed in February 2000, allowing the BF to establish a university and a number of colleges all over the country. 119 The university's administration was completely in the hands of serving and retired naval personnel. The chairman of the university board is the Chief of Naval Staff, CNS, and other members comprise the Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, Operations, Principal Staff Officers, PSOs, to the CNS, and other naval officers approved by the CNS. The rector of the university is also a retired senior naval officer. This parallel institution building by the defense establishment fits the military's projected image of itself as a parent guardian force that will step into every major field of activity to ensure better performance and to provide an alternative to inefficient and corrupt civilian institutions. It needs to be mentioned here that the Sharif government had sought the Army's help to weed out ghost schools in Punjab. These are schools that only exist on paper but have no real presence. Their existence can be attributed to the corruption and negligence of civilian bureaucrats. The generals view their organization as the only option to fulfill the need for modernizing the state, an agenda that civilians cannot achieve because they lack spine. 120 Thus, it is believed that the larger military fraternity was the natural choice for Musharraf to undertake development in the country. The appointment of serving and retired mid-ranking or senior military officers to key positions in the government was intended to help carry out Musharraf's modernization plans. Given the years spent in the armed forces, these men could be trusted more and had more of the confidence of the president than most civilians. However, this approach would not strengthen civilian institutions. Some mid-ranking officers even discussed their apprehension regarding the military's ability to solve the problem of institutional decay in the country. These officers, who probably are a rarity in the armed forces, are of the view that the defense establishment's consistent involvement in affairs of the state will further depress the growth of civilian institutions. 121. The spread of the military fraternity in all important segments of the state, society, and economy represents more than just a belief in the greater capacity of the armed forces. The military as a group has visibly graduated to become a class, and its serving and retired members are benefiting from the organization's immense power in relation to other domestic players. Individual members, even retired military personnel, Get influential jobs in the government. 122 During Musharraf's regime, senior retired military officers have been appointed to head some of the major public sector universities. The policy of appointing military personnel has led to a diminution in the overall capability of these institutions, mainly because the appointed personnel are not familiar with the university setting and academic environment. For instance, the appointment of about a dozen retired Army officers to key positions at one of the oldest universities, the University of the Punjab, led to accusations that these personnel were engaging in nepotism and corrupt practices. These negative impressions are then detrimental to the growth of the academic institution. The fact that these retired officers tend to appoint people known to them or related to them, and also push out unrelated but qualified people, damages the existing quality of education. According to one professor, in the long term the loss of institutional independence and integrity would lower standards and make it difficult for Punjab University graduates to compete with others from private universities. 123 Protests were made by the teaching staff of the university, but unfortunately they bore no results. In a general body meeting of the Punjab University Academic Staff Association, around 200 teachers criticized the university's administration by retired Army officers, accusing these officers of irrational policies. The teachers also protested against the vice-chancellors attending the meetings of the Advanced Studies Research Board on grounds that he, Light General, RTD, Arshad Mahmood, had no experience of research and hence asked unnecessary questions of the candidates. 124 This is not a random case that can be ignored. It is symptomatic of the damage inflicted by the military's direct involvement in the corporate sector and intrusion into the public sector. Retired and serving officers also receive agricultural land and are involved in various real estate development schemes. Most of this agricultural land is in areas such as Kolistan in South Punjab, from where military personnel are not recruited. The transfer of land to non-residents creates socio-political tensions with the indigenous population, who accuse the military of invading their land. The land allotment, especially in the Kolistan area, has also led to allegations about vested interests behind the distribution of water in the country. The distribution of agricultural land to military personnel is central to the ethnic tension in the country. Given the influence of the armed forces, whose personnel are predominantly Punjabi, smaller provinces are suspicious of Islamabad's decisions over the provision of water. It is believed that water for agriculture gets diverted to lands where the senior generals have their properties rather than being provided to Sindh and Baluchistan, which are lower riparian provinces. A prominent landowner from southern Punjab, which is not a recruitment ground for the military, also complained that in areas where land was distributed to military personnel, water was being diverted from the existing quotas of local farmers. 125. These concerns are not being addressed by the government, because of the strong lobby that has developed in the country, primarily comprising the military fraternity including its important civilian clients who are benefiting from the inequitable distribution of land resources. This particular interest group is popularly referred to in the country as the land mafia. The senior retired and military officers have become more demanding of personal financial gains. The growth of DHAs and similar urban schemes is designed to benefit investors. In a number of cases there is collusion between retired and serving officers to acquire land. In some other cases, especially in major cities such as Lahore, there are rumors of a three-way partnership between the serving and retired military and influential political figures. In both cases, the government has had to backtrack on its key agenda of checking corrupt practices. A number of senior serving generals are rumored to have made millions through dabbling in real estate development. A fast buck is made through purchasing land at cheap rates and then selling it off at a higher value. In some instances, the pressure of local military authorities is used to acquire the land cheaply. The increased tendency of people to enter into speculative investment after September 11, especially in better managed schemes, gave a boost to property prices. 126 This patron-client relationship has marred Musharraf's agenda to cleanse the country from corruption. A more serious charge is that far from attacking corruption, the president is found outright protecting special interests. His claim is that it is better management of land assets in defense-run housing schemes rather than any manipulation that has resulted in the appreciation in the land value. He is also of the view that the confidence that people have in military-run schemes has brought high financial dividends. His claim was partially right, especially as far as the value of military-controlled property is concerned. The fact that common buyers or realtors attach greater value to military land can be ascertained from a survey conducted in 1998 to study the link between the value of property and the military presence in an area. The survey conducted in 3 cities, Multan, Lahore, and Sargodha, all in the Punjab, showed the price escalating as a result of the military's presence, especially in cantonments. The realtors were of the view that closing down the cantonments would depreciate the price of property in the area. These areas have better facilities and offer relatively greater security. The benefits provided to individual members of the military fraternity are not always at an institutional level, as is proven by the case of a private sector transportation venture called Varan. Owned by the daughter of the former head of the main intelligence agency, ISI, Light General, RTD, Hamid Gul, the company is a clear example of how a military-oriented patronage system benefits its clients. Varan was given a monopoly on the Rawalpindi, Islamabad route, which pushed out other small private sector operators. The company, its management, and staff are known for flouting laws, rules and regulations because of their access to the center of political power in the country. 127 This was a case of preferential treatment to which the Supreme Court put an end by revoking Section 69A of the Motor Vehicles Ordinance 1965. This particular law allowed provincial governments to issue preferential contracts to private companies, including Varan, which hurt smaller competitors. 128 The court decision coincided with General Gul falling out of favor with the regime for his views. The company, however, managed to sell its buses to the FF. Varan had in any case purchased the vehicles with a hefty loan from the Askari Bank. The power exercised by serving officers is undoubtedly more than that of their retired colleagues. The senior serving generals also have greater opportunities to exploit the state's resources. Therefore, economic predatoriness could be observed both institutionally and at the level of individual commanders. At an institutional level, military organizations monopolize major government contracts for road construction and toll collection on major domestic highways. The FWO and NLC have the clout to influence the top management of the National Highway Authority, NA, a department responsible for construction and maintenance of roads and highways. Incidentally, it is made easier for military-connected companies to bag major contracts because the NA is also headed by a retired Maj General who has more faith in giving business to the 2 military companies than to private contractors. 129 The NLC also uses its institutional influence to strike international partnerships and acquire assets such as state land in Karachi. The NLC, in partnership with a Qatar-based private investor, purchased railways land for the construction of a huge commercial plaza. An important development in the commercial activities of the FWO and NLC involves these companies seeking domestic and foreign partnerships. The FWO, for instance, formed a subsidiary called LAFCO in 2004, with a mandate to form a private sector partnership for the construction of a 115.5 km Lahore, Sheikhupura, Faisalabad carriageway. All 3 cities are in central Punjab. Reportedly, the partnership was necessary to facilitate successful bidding for the project. The FWO did not have all the equipment to prove that it could undertake the project on its own, and hence it partnered with a few big domestic construction companies including the Habib Rafiq Group and Sakal Construction. This partnership also indicates that by 2004 the military companies had become more confident of their role in the economy and their acceptability by other domestic players in business. The private construction companies, on the other hand, thought it a better option to capitalize on FWO's contacts in the government and share the fruits of the company's influence. The military-civilian business partnerships extended beyond the national boundaries, as is proven by the NLC's partnership with the Qatari company, and the joint ventures between the various DHAs and construction companies in the Middle East. The military, which by now had evolved into an independent class, forged ahead in forming international partnerships in pursuance of its economic interests. In addition, the partnerships indicated the fact that, as in Turkey, the military regards itself as part of the capitalist elite with whom it has common interests, both nationally and internationally. 130 More importantly, as mentioned earlier, the military used the semi-authoritarian nature of the political system to its own advantage of acquiring economic opportunities for itself and its partners at home and abroad. The defense establishment's power is also used to bail out foundations when they get in financial difficulties. This especially refers to financial assistance given to the AWT, which has always suffered from financial problems despite the fact that it has a considerable source of funding from the Army's GHQ. The AWT asked the government in 2001 for another financial relief package of about 5.4 billion rupees, $93 million to meet its deficit of 15 billion rupees, $259 million. 131 The matter was presented to the Economic Coordination Council, which asked the AWT management to sell its two commercial plazas in Rawalpindi and Karachi to meet the financial shortfall. 132 This was besides other forms of assistance that the trust receives from Islamabad. Since 1995, this was the third time the AWT has been given a bailout. While rescuing the AWT in 1999, the Sharif government instructed the foundation to sell its commercial plazas, to justify a 2.5 billion rupees, $43 million, financial guarantee provided to its banks by the government. However, the sale and the other changes recommended were never carried out. 133 The foundations and the military establishment that provided help were not willing to liquidate their interests, particularly in the presence of a weak political administration. Once the government was toppled in October 1999, there was no compulsion on the army to clean up its financial house. There has also been an increase in the power of the senior commanders. The 9 corps commanders maneuver resources and operate in a more autonomous manner, with greater confidence, because of the political power of the military. This freedom of action includes exploiting greater opportunities to improve the living standards of individual officers and the organization in general. The exploitation uses varied methods. For instance, while some units were allowed to open gas stations and construct shops that can be leased out, others opened bakeries or started similar ventures. In one particular case in Bahawalpur, the cantonment extended its territorial jurisdiction to land adjacent to a national highway. This was done so the military could impose tolls on the highway, which was used by all and sundry. The money raised was utilized for the upkeep of the local cantonment, an area with restricted access for civilians. Jurists consider the action illegal. A senior judge was of the opinion that the cantonment board was not authorized to levy tolls on a highway, a rule that has been specified in the law books. The toll on this particular highway continued for years until the High Court finally decided the case against the Army in 2006. In this case, some of the important judges of the Lahore High Court, Bahawalpur bench were determined to oppose the illegal imposition of tolls. Interestingly, the GHQ has not taken any move to stop this malpractice or abuse of authority. The Army's lack of reaction to requests to put things right is natural in a political environment where the armed forces do not face a serious challenge to their authority. Although the opposition parties, especially Nawaz Sharif's PMLN and Benazir Bhutto's PPP, pledged to reduce the strength of the military internal economy in their jointly formulated Charter of Democracy, issued in May 2006, Milbus in Pakistan is not easy to root out without concerted efforts by political actors to strengthen democratic institutions. The Charter of Democracy is a small step forward to correct the errors committed by the political players, particularly in ignoring the essential link between the military's political power and its financial autonomy. A document alone cannot strengthen democracy until such pronouncements are matched with a serious effort to desist from secretly negotiating with the army. The civilian governments during the 1990s were equally responsible for strengthening the economic power of the armed forces and bolstering the organization's capacity. The growth of Milbus that has been discussed in this chapter highlights the manner in which the military developed its economic stakes in maintaining its control over the state and its politics. Although the military's internal economy is not necessarily the main cause of its political ambitions, the various financial advantages sought by the senior officers have a cumulative effect in enhancing their interest in staying at the helm of affairs. The growth of Milbus during this period also coincides with the metamorphosis in the military's character from an arbitrator to a parent guardian type that is far keener to control the society and economy. The organization views itself as an alternative institution that has to keep a watch over all types of national activities. The reasons for the growth of Milbus, however, are not altruistic. The growth of military's internal economy is a case of institutional self-interests and predatory acquisition by senior officers. The growth of the military's economic empire during the period studied in this chapter was parallel to the increase in the organization's political power and influence in national decision-making. As the military consolidated itself into a class, it gained greater confidence to exploit national resources and acquire greater opportunities, which benefited it as an institution and also filled the pockets of the senior generals. The growth of Milbus highlights the consolidation of economic stakes of the military's echelons in keeping the political system as semi-authoritarian, thus allowing the generals to seek benefits for themselves and their clients. The crystallization of these economic interests is a major determinant to the future of democracy in the country. 7. The new land barons. The estimated worth of the legally acquired assets of Pakistan's generals varies from 150 rupees to 400 million, 2.59 to 6.90 million US dollars, a figure that is based primarily on the senior commander's urban and rural properties. The systematic exploitation of national resources, especially urban and rural land, has significantly enriched the officer cadre. The military justifies its acquisitions of agricultural land as part of the inherited colonial tradition of granting land to military personnel. Moreover, the real estate acquisitions including properties in the cities are justified on the grounds that since military personnel move frequently during their service, they need to be provided with housing facilities to ensure commitment to their work. The grant of urban land, in particular, is couched in terms of the greater logic of the nation paying the price for its military's social security. However, it is argued in this chapter that the land acquisition is not driven by concern for traditions or professionalism. The military has expanded its landed interests as part of the desire of the officer cadre to increase its financial stakes. The land acquisition policy belongs to the paradigm of predatory acquisition. The major expansion of the landed interests of the armed forces took place mainly under military regimes. Land is acquired not just for capital accumulation, but also to exhibit the military's authority and power in relation to other stakeholders such as the landed feudal class and the masses. In fact, the military's land acquisition, especially agricultural land, has transformed the military into one of the many land barons or feudal landlords. The behavior of senior military officers towards landless peasants or ordinary soldiers, who are also given agricultural land, is like that of any big feudal landlord. The military agriculturists who enjoy power and authority use the services of soldiers who are paid by the exchequer. It is worth pointing out that feudalism here is not used in a normative, but in a Weberian sense. The term denotes a set of economic and political relations and a pattern of social behavior. The monopolization and control of land is understood to be a symbol of power which adds to the powerful image of the armed forces. The military and land. Currently, Pakistan's military is one of the largest landowners in the country. As a single group, the armed forces own more land than any other institution or group. The military controls about 11.58 million acres, which is approximately 12% of the total 93.67 million acres of state land. Other government departments such as the Pakistan Railways also have land holdings, but there is a major difference between the military and other government departments. Unlike any other state institution, the armed forces have the capacity to convert the usage of state land from official purposes to private ones. In addition, they are the only state organization that has institutionalized the acquisition of state land for distribution amongst the members of its fraternity. This practice was streamlined under the Zia regime through starting a new practice of acquiring land that was initially allocated to the military for operational purposes, for redistribution amongst the officer cadre. The monopolization of land and related resources is used not just to enhance the financial worth of individuals or groups, but also to increase their socio-political value. The military owes its authority to change the usage of land to its phenomenal political clout. The land redistribution policy has an impact on the relationship between the powerful ruling elite in the country, of which the military is a part, and the masses. Military and rural land. The military is a significant stakeholder in agricultural land. Out of the 11.58 million acres that is controlled by the armed forces, an estimated 6.9 million acres, or about 59% of the total land, is in rural areas. The 6.9 million acres are divided as follows. Controlled directly by the military organization for operational purposes such as camping grounds and oat, hay, and dairy farms, approximately 70,000 acres. Controlled by subsidiaries such as the AWT, FF, and BF, about 35,000 acres. Owned by individual members of the armed force, approximately 6.8 million acres. It must be reiterated that no other government department has the authority to redistribute state land for the benefit of its officials. In the military's case, about 6.8 million acres have been distributed among the officers and non-officer cadre for their personal use. Agricultural land for operational use. The Army controls about 70,000 acres for operational purposes, such as oat and hay farms and camping grounds. Out of this total acreage, approximately 60,000 acres is in the Punjab, comprising 35,508 acres of oat and hay farms, which breed horses, and grow oats and other crops for feeding them, and dairy farms. All this land was acquired before the partition of India in 1947. Even today, the Army is a major stakeholder in the provincial government's land in the Punjab since it controls 38% of the 68,000 acres of government farmland. 1. All the farms in the military's use are designated as A1 class land. This designation is part of the categorization of land laid down by the Military Land Manual. The Department of Military Land and Cantonment, MLC, manages military land in rural areas and urban centers. There are about 7 types of land managed by the Department of MLC according to the laws laid down in the Military Land Manual, which are based on the British Cantonment Land Administration Rules 1937. Most of the land is A1 land, which is defined as land meant purely for military purposes, such as fortifications, barracks, stores, arsenals, airfields, and hangars, housing for the military, parade grounds, military recreation grounds, rifle ranges, grass and dairy farms, brick fields, and hospitals and gardens for use by the armed forces. A2 category land is not actually used or occupied by the military, but is used for non-essential activities such as recreation. The B-type lands are again divided into 4 subcategories, B1, B2, B3 and B4. The B1 type lands are owned and controlled by the federal government, and used for churches, mosques, cemeteries, and other ecclesiastical functions. B2, on the other hand, is owned by the provincial government and used to generate revenue for the government. The B3 type is private land but where bazaars, religious buildings, sacred tanks, or communal graveyards could also be built. The Military Land Manual stipulates that due compensation must be paid to the owner in the case of acquisition of land by the government. B4 comprises all such land not falling in any of the above 3 types. Finally, there is C-class land, which includes drains and roadside plots. It is worth mentioning that the cantonments in the Indian subcontinent were not completely owned by the British, but were private property, some of which was acquired to meet defense needs. The defense establishment's ownership of land was limited to areas where it had barracks. Understandably, the British were an invading force and did not want to establish long-term interests. The British government, and later the government of Pakistan, acquired land for the military under the Land Acquisition Act 1894, which stipulates, owner of requisitioned property continues to be its owner till possession thereof be taken by the competent authority. Whereupon, owner is divested of his rights, title, and interest in property, and it vests absolutely in the government. 2. The law further states that the land of people may be acquired by the state for a public purpose, meaning thereby for the use of the public at large. 3. The legal position does not, however, explain the politics of land acquisition, redistribution, and usage. The law certainly did not hamper the military from using its authority to subsequently change the usage class from farmland into land for golf courses or residential housing schemes, which was not necessarily sanctioned by the civilian government or the civil bureaucracy. A debate in the Parliament in 2003 showed that the army had arbitrarily turned some camping grounds into golf courses, which were meant not for the public good but for the benefit of a select few. Parliamentary questions made it clear the parliamentarians considered this an obvious misuse of state land by the military. In its official response, the MOD did not challenge the Army's authority, but upheld the Army's jurisdiction over land under its control. 4. This was done in other cases as well, such as the conversion of a firing range in Naushahra in NWFP into a citrus farm. 5. The Army vociferously defends its power over these land assets, and controls information about them. A British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, report indicates that despite his best efforts, its journalist could not obtain information on military land from government departments such as the MLC and the Bureau of Statistics. In fact, the journalist was warned that he would not be given any information. 6. Given the military's political power, the federal and provincial governments usually keep silent about the fact that the armed forces change the usage of land or use the land for the benefit of a select group of people. For instance, the Auditor General's Department pointed out in 2006 that the Punjab government had violated the Land Acquisition Act by giving the Army 30 acres of land with a conservative estimated value of 72 million rupees, $1.24 million, for building a golf course in Jhelum. The report further claimed that the market value of the land was much higher, and that the golf course had been constructed on A1 land which was only meant for defense purposes. 7. The Army's direct involvement in agriculture and its possession of rural land did not become evident until the eruption of a conflict in Okara in central Punjab in 2001, between landless peasants and the armed services. The Okara farms are part of a military farms group, Okara and Reenala, which comprises 16,627 acres of land, consisting of 2 dairy farms, 7 military, oat and hay, farms and 22 villages. Of the total acreage, 16,627 acres were cultivated by 1,323 farmers residing in Okara and Reenala. At one point some of these villages and this land was under the control of the Catholic Church in Pakistan, and the village residents were tenants of the church. 8 However, the prime proprietor was evidently the government of Punjab, which leased the land to other people or institutions. It had leased it to the military since before partition. The ownership barely bothered the tenants, who cultivated the land on a sharecropping basis, under which they shared both the input and the output with the owner or controller of the land. This contractual basis gave the tenants the additional benefit of recognition by law of their claim over the land, which was firm as that of the owner. If the land was sold, the tenants' claims over it became primary. This arrangement puts tenants in a much better legal position than a simple rental arrangement, where land is cultivated in exchange for money or a specified rent in kind. The Army decided to arbitrarily change the system of contract under which the peasants tilled the land, from sharecropping to paying rent in cash. 9 This decision caused great resentment among the tenants and their families, who had resided in Okara and the neighboring Reenala for quite some time. The tenants feared the new system of contract would empower the Army, which was not the original owner of the land, to throw them out of their homes. When the peasants protested, the military tried to enforce its arbitrary decision by force. The army and paramilitary forces besieged the local village community, producing a situation resembling a civil war. According to well-documented accounts, the military brutalized the poor tenants, and the ensuing severe agitation and violence claimed 8 innocent lives. The paramilitary rangers besieged the villages twice, imposed a curfew, restrained people's mobility, stopped the supply of medicine, food, and vegetables, and used numerous pressure tactics. A Human Rights Watch report has detailed testimonials of village people victimized by the military authorities, which were generally dismissive of the protest. Army personnel claimed that, rather than being a human rights issue, this was a local law and order issue incited by some non-government organizations, NGOs. Point 10 They claimed the Muzaran or tenants were raising the slogan of Mulki Yamot, ownership or death, out of greed and malice. According to a Pakistani researcher, Ayesha Salma Karidapar, the army was not inclined to negotiate the ownership rights because it was conscious of the value of this A1 land. Point 11. As Karidapar indicates, the conflict shows the military using its power and thrust as a capitalist force. Point 12 However, the brutality clearly represents a feudal style. Karidapar's definition of the military as a capitalist force is based on its rampant profit-making activities. However, it can be argued that had the Pakistani army taken a capitalist stance, it might not have been obsessed with the idea of controlling the Okara farms at all costs. The civil-military conflict at the farms always looked likely to increase the cost of controlling the land, a proposition that a capitalist force might not have entertained. Point 13 The army's high-handedness is, however, indicative of the authoritarianism which is reinforced as the norm. The story of the pressure exerted on Okara peasants is a reminder of the traditional Sindhi Waitara, feudal lord, or serfdom system, in which poor tenants are treated brutally and even put in private prisons by feudal lords. From a socio-political standpoint, the conflict is a significant expression of the military's power and its determination to maintain it. The army's top leadership remained fearful that any concession to the tenants would have a knock-on effect. Point 14 This apprehension, that yielding to the farmers would weaken the military against other social and political forces, and diminish its overall power, was prevalent within the army. Therefore, the issue was not just about the ownership of the land, but rather the larger matter of maintaining political power and authority. Such behavior is reminiscent of feudal armies in Europe, for whom occupation and control of territory was a symbol of strength. Interestingly, in the Okara case the military was trying to change the terms of contract for land that did not belong to it. Hence, the army itself came into violation of the contract it had signed with the Punjab government, which had originally leased out these villages as part of a total of 35,508 acres to the British Army in 1913. The 20-year lease agreement signed in 1913 and renewed in 1933 for another 5 years stipulated that the land was to be used as oat and hay farms for raising the army's horses. According to senior officials of the Revenue Department, the Pakistan Army, which inherited the lease from the British, did not bother to renew it when it expired 15 years before these incidents, and also stood in violation of the lease agreement by changing the use of land from oat and hay farms to dairy farms. Point 15 The lease agreement does not allow the service to use the land for any purpose other than growing fodder. Point 16 The only detailed study on the Okara farm issue highlights interesting facts about the management of the farms. First, contrary to claims made by the army authorities that income generated from the farms is given to the government, the military farm authorities actually retain all the earnings. Point 17 Second, the farm produce was being mismanaged, as a large quantity of milk and meat was used to bribe senior officers. In her study on the Okara farms, Karidapar claims that the Auditor General's department accused the military farm authorities of mismanagement, rather than holding the tenants responsible for the loss of revenue. Point 18 The military's spokesman, the Director General of Inter-Services Relations, ISPR, Major General Shaukat Sultan, said in defense that the needs of the army will be decided by the army itself, and/or the government will decide this. Nobody has the right to say what the army can do with 5,000 acres or 17,000 acres. The needs of the army will be determined by the army itself. Point 19 This arbitrary conversion of the usage of land violates the principle of eminent domain, a concept defined by Hugo Grotius as the law governing the acquisition of the property of subjects of the state. According to Grotius, the property of subjects under the law of eminent domain belongs to the state, so that the state or the person who represents the state, can make use of that property, can even destroy or alienate it, whenever it is to the public advantage. Point 20. The application of this law varies according to the political nature of the state. In the United States, the law of eminent domain has been interpreted according to the liberal philosophy of John Locke, so the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution advocates the preservation of the right to private property. Locke supported the right of a government to claim from its citizens its costs of ruling, but without excessively threatening individual rights to private property, or all such rights as generate happiness. Point 21. This right is also upheld in the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of 1789. The declaration stipulates that property being an inviolable and sacred right, no one can be deprived of it unless the public necessity plainly demands it, and upon condition of a just and previous indemnity. 22. It is noteworthy that these approaches evolved as a result of years of struggle by the people in France and the United States to establish the primacy of private property or the rights of people. Although Pakistan's Land Acquisition Act of 1894 lays down specific conditions for the acquisition of private land by the government, such as public purpose, the rules are implemented in letter and not in spirit because of the authoritarian nature of politics. The opposite to Locke's philosophy is the Hobbesian or brutish approach, based on a more authoritarian control of society by the state, in which the main authority, which could be an individual or a group of people, has the power to determine the good of the rest of the population. This can be seen reflected in the handling of the Okara Farms case. This Hobbesian notion is truly reflected in the feudal character of the Pakistani state, where public good is determined by the ruling oligarchy. Being part of the dominant elite, the military has aped the feudal behavior according to which the authoritarianism of the institution determines the flow of capital and the monopolization of resources. The Pakistan military's land appropriation and subsequent possession and profit-making are unrivaled in the United States, France, Israel, India, and all societies that have consciously moved towards capitalism. Military subsidiaries in agriculture. The subsidiary foundations, the FF, AWT, and BF, are all beneficiaries of the defense establishment's land grant policy. The FF farm in Mukherjee in Sindh covers 2,498 acres. 23. Located close to the foundation-owned sugar mills, the farm is used to experiment in trying to develop new varieties of sugar cane. The AWT's main ownership of agricultural land is in the form of its partnership with the Army in controlling the Okara farms. The BF's farms are used mainly as dairy farms to provide milk and other dairy products at subsidized rates to serving naval officers. Military agriculturists. The most conspicuous case of exploitation of land, however, relates to the transfer of agricultural properties to military personnel. The military, as mentioned above, has acquired about 6.9 million acres of land for further redistribution to individual officers and soldiers. The entire concept of land grants to the military is mired in the larger and redundant colonial tradition of buying allegiance in exchange for land. As part of the policy pursued after 1857, the British rewarded their loyal subjects with land and access to water sources for irrigation. 24. According to an expert on comparative and regional studies, Mustafa Kemal Pasha, the military was given land to encourage professionalism or specialization, which represented a complex interplay of material forces, ideas, and institutions associated with colonial capitalism. 25. Laws such as the Punjab Alienation of Land Act 1900 ensured the use of canal colony land as a means of rewarding those serving British interests. This was a land made cultivable by the construction of new water canals in the Punjab and other provinces. According to Imran Ali, who investigated the development of agriculture in the Punjab, land was granted to individuals from indigenous communities under various schemes, such as a grant to raise horses which could then be acquired by the British cavalry. Following the principle of rewarding the faithful, The Alienation of Land Act specifically stipulated the allocation of 10% of reclaimed Oregon colonized land to the armed forces. This process of land distribution was incorporated later into another law known as the Colonization of Land Act 1912, which was subsequently updated by the Pakistan government in 1965. This law had a feudal underpinning, which involved benefiting from the creation of local social classes that would guarantee the interests of the colonial masters. This system impacted on relations within the society, since individuals, groups, tribes, or clans required state patronage to enhance their power and financial worth. Relative power determined interpersonal and institutional relations. The existence of such laws is also a reminder of land distribution in 14th century Asia, where the Ottoman and Mongol invaders rewarded their soldiers in cash or kind. The payment included land grants, to raise fighting forces or ensure allegiance. 26 In Europe, land reward was central to the creation of the broader extraction, coercion cycle. In 18th century Europe, for instance, Charles Martel, 686 to 741 AD, the founder of the Carolingian Empire and known for being a catalyst for the feudal system in Europe, appropriated 1/3 of the church's lands for redistribution to raise armored cavalry. 27 The control of land would motivate the soldiers as well as keep the subordinates in awe of the ruling monarch or feudal lord. The authority over land was central to accumulating wealth and influence. Although Pakistan's armed forces claim to be modern, the generals have never abandoned the arcane feudal colonial tradition. The Colonization of Land Act 1912 was upheld and used to grant land to military personnel in all the 4 provinces of the country, at highly subsidized rates varying from 20 to 60 rupees, US $0.34, 1.03, per acre. According to some disaggregated data available for a few administrative districts in the Punjab and NWFP, an average of 190,000 acres was distributed in each of these districts to military officials from 1965 to 2003, see Table 7.1. A rough calculation of the value of this land is given in Box 7.1. The total estimated amount of land and its worth is much higher than is calculated in Box 7.1. A report in the English-language Daily Dawn indicates that some lands were given in 1981 at the rate of 50 rupees, US 86 cents, per acre. This was increased in 1994 to 60 rupees, $1 US and 3 cents, per acre. 28 It must also be mentioned that the data given in Table 7.1 do not give the total picture of military land in urban and rural areas in the 4 provinces of the country. A more concise picture is given in Table 7.2. The land in the military's control is acquired from the provincial or federal governments. Of course, the military does not present its land acquisition as a case of land grabbing. Rather, it talks about land acquisition in a very matter-of-fact way. 29 This attitude is a reminder of the fact that the military uses an institutionalized method to acquire land. Agricultural land is regularly transferred from the provincial governments to the MOD, which is finally responsible for dividing the total land acquired at a given time amongst the 3 services, which then redistribute it among their individual members. This land allocation system, inherited from the British, was fine-tuned during the Ayub regime. The military dictator gave the military its share of the colonized land. The term refers to land brought under cultivation by construction of new water sources such as barrages or dams. Under this policy, 10% of the land reclaimed through the construction of 3 dams, Guddu, Kotri and Ghulam Mohammed in the southern Sindh province, during the period 1955 to 62 was given to military personnel. These are 3 out of 4 dams constructed after 1947, resulting in the reclamation of approximately 9 million acres of land, out of which about 1 million acres was given to military personnel. Some of the senior generals benefited from the scheme, including General Ayub Khan, 247 acres, General Muhammad Musa, 250 acres, and General Imrao Khan, 246 acres. 30 In examining the distribution of land within the Army, summarized in Table 7.3, it is evident that the senior officers benefited from the scheme more than the ordinary soldiers. Taking a higher than average price paid of 50 rupees, US 86 cents, per acre, the total amount collected from the allocation of the total number of acres in the 12 districts given in Table 7.1 and the land in Sindh, 2,303,707 acres as shown in Table 7.1, amounts to 135.18 million rupees, 2.33 million US dollars. This is the amount earned by the state from 1965 to 2004. However, applying an average market price of 100,000 rupees, 1,724 US dollars, the land is worth approximately 270.37 billion rupees, 4,661.55 million US dollars. Calculated at the current average market value per acre of 250,000 rupees, 4,310 US dollars, the estimated value of this land is about 675.92 billion rupees, 11,653.79 million US dollars. Of course, this is a rough calculation. An exact calculation would first determine the exact number of acres given at a certain time and multiply it with the exact value extant in the specific district at that time. Since the exact data are not available, a back-of-the-envelope calculation can take a mean figure of 100,000 rupees, 1,724 US dollars. The price during these 39 years from 1965 to 2004 escalated from 30,000 rupees, 517 US dollars, per acre to 300,000 rupees, US $5,172, per acre. The land allocation for each officer reduced over the years, however, because of an increase in the number of officers. Currently, Maj generals and above get 50 acres of land and more is given on the award of Medals of Gallantry. 31. The mass distribution of land through military awards has created a class of military agriculturists. This was done for three reasons. First, the intention was to establish communities in border areas that were familiar with the security discourse, and hence could contribute actively to defense in the event of a breakout of hostilities. Since the military personnel had lands in the border areas, they would have a personal interest in securing the frontiers. There is no evidence to suggest that such friendly communities actually emerged, especially because most of the military who are granted land sell it on. This was certainly the case with soldiers, who did not have access to facilities to develop their land and tended to abandon it or sell it to local landowners. Table 7.3 Land entitlement for military personnel. Rank. Acreage. Major General and above. 240 acres. Brigadiers and Colonels. 150 acres. Light Colonels. 124 acres. Lieutenants to Majors. 100 acres. JCOs. 64 acres. NCOs. 32 acres. Source, Siddiqa, 1997. Second, creating a class of military agriculturists was meant to fill a gap in the social development of a rural middle class. The absence of a strong middle class in the rural areas strengthened the big landowners or the feudal class. The Ayub Khan regime, it must be remembered, also introduced land reforms in 1958-9. The primary objective of these reforms was to challenge the power of the landed feudal class. The politicians who opposed Ayub Khan were from the landed feudal class, and the general wanted to teach them a lesson about the state or military's power to take away their lands. Therefore, the land reforms signified the power of the military organization over all other institutions and classes. These reforms did not actually attain much in terms of breaking the back of the feudal class. This is evident in the report of the Land Reform Commission in 1959. The big landlords only surrendered 871,000 acres, or 2.4% of the total 31 million acres of cultivable land in West Pakistan. 32 The reforms only reduced the ceiling for individual land holdings, and big landowners could evade the law through transferring land to other members of their families. According to an analyst, Ronald Herring, the reforms only aimed at a forced sale of marginal land by some landlords to some tenants rather than a genuine redistribution of wealth or alteration of agrarian structure. 33 Moreover, the impact of the reforms was reduced because the bigger landowners were compensated with 4% government bonds, thus providing a principal of 89.2 million rupees, $1.54 million, and an annual interest of 3.3 million rupees, $56,000, to 902 individuals. See also Chapter 5.34. Third, the military was granted land with the expectation that being hard-working, armed forces personnel would ensure the greater development of the agricultural land granted to them, and this would bring about socio-economic and socio-political modernization. However, there is no evidence that military agriculturists changed social backwardness in the country's villages, or brought technological and socio-political modernization to rural Pakistan. In fact, until the mid-1990s, military agriculturists tended to cash in on the land by selling it to local landowners. This practice not only strengthened the local landowners but also developed common interests between the military and the landed feudal class. 35 Thus, the military became an instrument of feudalism and part of the feudal class. As was mentioned earlier, the largest beneficiaries of the land distribution policy are the senior generals. Their benefits are not limited to the larger land holdings they are granted, but are also in the form of indirect subsidies for the development of the land, such as technical assistance and financial aid, access to water, and the availability of farm-to-market roads. It is claimed that some of the foreign military and economic aid received during the 1950s and the 1960s was diverted to the development of land owned by senior generals. In fact, when the finance minister of the provincial government of the Punjab, Nawab Iftikhar Hussain Mamdad, was questioned about this diversion of aid, his response to the assembly was that foreign aid was meant for the army. 36. This was not the only case of indirect subsidies. Actual visits were made for the purpose of this research to land owned by senior generals including Pervez Musharraf, General Zaidi, and former Naval Chief Admiral Abdul Aziz Mirza. It was found that all these senior officers used serving soldiers to guard and work on their lands. There were about 9 or 10 ranger officials on duty at all times at the farms of Generals Musharraf and Zaidi in Bahawalpur. Similarly, there was a serving naval rating stationed at the farm of Admiral Mirza. The soldiers serving on the farms of senior generals are reminiscent of the private armies of knights and barons in 16th and 17th century Europe, or of serfdom in Russia. Soldiers do not join the army to do the menial jobs for senior officers that they are eventually forced to perform. More importantly, these officers use their influence to get access to water and farm-to-market roads, a facility that is not readily available to the small farmers or landless peasants who are allocated land as part of the government's benevolence. In their access to such facilities, there is actually no difference between the landed feudal class and the senior military officers. Both use their political influence to get facilities that are not available to ordinary soldiers. Furthermore, senior officers who choose to keep and cultivate their land by proxy also get seeds, fertilizers, and other agricultural inputs at subsidized rates, which are transported to their land on military vehicles. The profit earned by an officer through the resale of the developed land is phenomenal. Unlike a poor peasant or soldier, who does not get the huge subsidies for making the land cultivable, an officer can obtain land and then develop it at minimum personal cost. Urban land acquisition. Nothing could have brought greater attention to the military's burgeoning economic empire than its urban real estate expansion. Today, the military is one of the prominent players in urban real estate. The military housing schemes in most major cities are highly overpriced and attract huge amounts of speculative capital. Considering the growing value of real estate, the military's stakes in the sector amount to billions of dollars, and remain largely undocumented. The defense establishment has the ability to bring any government land under its control for public purpose by using the Land Acquisition Act 1894. As is pointed out by legal commentators Shaukat Mahmood and Nadeem Shaukat, the term public purpose in this context is not a static definition and is defined at the discretion of the government. 37 The military's political influence is critical in defining public purpose as meaning that it may redistribute the land for personal benefit of its officers. This power is unmatched, and explains one of the fundamental arguments of this book, the military's utilization of its influence to engage in economic predatoriness to accentuate the personal political economic power of the armed forces. The symbiotic relationship between political and economic predatoriness remains most obvious in urban real estate, because of its high financial rewards. Since 1999, the armed forces as a group have owned the largest share of urban real estate in Pakistan. The military's expansion into urban real estate was in two phases, the first starting in the 1980s and marginally expanding during the 1990s, and the second involving phenomenal growth after 1999. The two periods coincided not only with the gradual consolidation of the military's power but also with the flow of capital into Pakistan. The 1980s, when military urban real estate was formally established, was a time when the value of real estate in the country increased as a result of the inflow of capital, part of which was black money generated from heroin smuggling during the heyday of the Afghan War. In the second phase, Pakistan became a recipient of both legal and illegal money from expatriate Pakistanis or citizens of other Islamic states, who no longer found the United States and the West in general to be safe for unquestioned investment. Until the end of 2005, Islamabad was struggling to bring transparency into its financial system, curb money laundering and document the economy. However, efforts to stop the flow of illegal or undocumented money into the real estate sector were foiled because of the interests of key stakeholders such as the military. Although it must be a major profit earner, real estate was not taxed in the budget for the financial year 2005 to 6.38 reportedly. The strong lobby that benefited from real estate investment checked any proposal to bring the sector into the tax net or document it. 39. The military's urban real estate comprises commercial ventures and housing schemes as shown in Figure 7.1. It includes markets and commercial plazas, a sector that proliferated during the 1990s, and multiplied after 1999. Most major cantonments, particularly those that are close to major cities and towns, have built commercial plazas that are then rented out. However, the housing schemes and land given for construction of private houses are a matter of greater concern, because the military uses institutionalized methods to acquire urban land for the benefit of its personnel. There are three methods used for acquiring and developing housing schemes. Houses constructed on state land or A1 land. Private land appropriated with or without appropriate compensation and developed into housing schemes by military subsidiaries. Light General, RTD, Rizvi pointed out that the Askari housing scheme of the AWT is directly controlled by the GHQ.40. Private land acquired by the Defense Housing Authorities, DHAs, the management of which falls under the purview of the Army GHQ. The major difference between the first and the last two categories is that while the military acquires state land to build housing that is then sold to officers, or distributes land to individual officers for the same purpose, the other two schemes, managed by subsidiaries and the DHA, are technically private projects. The controlling authorities negotiate the purchase of land like any other private buyer for constructing housing schemes. However, the controlling authority is the military. For instance, the corps commanders in all major cities also serve as chairmen of the defense housing schemes. It is important to note that these projects are basically for the military elite. Out of the 46 housing schemes directly built by the armed forces, none is for ordinary soldiers. This fact was admitted by a military spokesman during an interview with a reporter from Newsline magazine in July 2006. According to Major General Sultan, a housing scheme for soldiers was approved in principle but has not been constructed. 41 The difference between officers and soldiers is not surprising since such elite schemes, and many others built by major civilian capitalists in the country, do not attempt to meet the severe shortage of lower-income housing in the country. Reports indicate that Pakistan suffers from a deficit of 6.3 million houses. As a result, about 20% of the urban population in the country live in slum areas that are devoid of all basic amenities. 42. Figure 7.1 Military urban real estate. Conversion of state land. The involvement of the military, and especially the army, in constructing houses on state land dates back to the Zia regime, which initiated this policy. Before embarking upon a discussion of this policy, it is vital to trace the origin of urban land transfer to military personnel, a practice that, it is claimed by a senior military land and cantonment executive, can be traced back to the days after the partition of India in 1947. According to Riaz Hashmi, who spent a major part of his career in the MLC department, a number of officers obtained land on lease in the cantonments after 1947.43 evacuee property in the cantonment areas was granted to military officers who had migrated from Muslim minority provinces in India to the newborn state of Pakistan. 44. Subsequently, a number of non-immigrant officers also obtained land on the basis of their seniority or prominence. For instance, General Azam Khan and several other officers obtained huge chunks of land in the Lahore cantonment. Azam Khan was a Pathan officer whose family had not migrated from the Muslim minority provinces in India. The land was given to the officers on a transferable lease for a period of 99 years. The 99-year lease is extendable, especially in cases where military officers own the property, and there is no bar on the resale of the lease, or any tax charged on profit made through its sale. 45. The military has continued to pursue this policy. In 2000, the Army gave a 1,200 sqyd plot in Lahore cantonment to its two top generals, Light General Khalid Maqbool and Light General Mohammad Amjad. While Maqbool was subsequently made governor of the Punjab, Amjad got a job as head of the National Accountability Bureau, and later as MD of the FF. According to a report submitted by the MOD to the Senate in 2003, about 78,292 sqyd or 16.3 acres, a total of 130 residential plots, were given to an equal number of officers in different cities in the period from October 1999 to 2003. 46. The locations included the cities of Karachi, Lahore, and Rawalpindi, and smaller towns such as Karayan and Jhelum. The officers' ranks varied from full general to captain. Quantitatively, the distribution was fairly even, with senior, middle-ranking and junior officers getting 46, 36, and 48 plots respectively. 47. However, the plot sizes for senior officers were much bigger than those for junior officers. Generals of all categories received plots of 800 sqyd. Plot sizes for captains, on the other hand, were about 496 sq. 48. However, these figures do not show the full extent of the land grab in Lahore. The cantonment area, which up until the early 1980s comprised a large segment of army training grounds and firing ranges, has almost entirely been converted into a residential area. In other words, army exercise and training grounds have been converted from public to private use without the consent of the government or the knowledge of the public for whose safety the land was initially provided. This was pointed out in the report of the special audit conducted by the Auditor General's Department in Lahore. The report highlighted the transfer of 400 acres of land to army officers in Lahore. Since the housing schemes that were planned by the Army Housing Directorate, established in 1968, had no constitutional or legal status, the auditors found the construction to be in contravention of existing laws. Furthermore, the government had lost money as the land had been sold for the paltry sum of 17 million rupees, $293,000. The market value of the land was far more. The auditors also found the Army utilizing land that had been given for operational purposes for commercial purposes. Approximately 24 pieces of prime land were being used commercially without money being deposited in the exchequer. 49. In some cases markets had been constructed on B2 land, which technically does not fall under the ownership of the military. The rent collected from one such commercial market, the Fortress Stadium in Lahore, is retained by the Corps headquarters with no accountability. This exploitative use of state land is done through a process of decision-making internal to the organization rather than in consultation with the government. In fact, one of the claims is that decisions on major military housing projects are always made when the parliament is not in session. 50 Such arbitrary redistribution raises concerns about the misuse of state land, especially cantonment land. Major cantonments include Lahore, 12,000 acres, Karachi, 12,000 acres, Rawalpindi, 8,000 acres, Kumra, 3,500 acres, Taxila, 2,500 acres, Peshawar, 4,000 acres, and Quetta, 2,500 acres. A retired senior MLC executive feared that given the fact that there is no check on the military's conversion of land, most of the cantonment land would ultimately be commercialized. 51 In fact, the Lahore, Karachi, Rawalpindi, and Peshawar cantonments are no longer restricted army areas. As has been seen in the case of Lahore, officers were given ownership of large residential properties in other old cantonments as well. A conservative estimate of the worth of the land in Karachi, Lahore, Peshawar, and Quetta cantonments is approximately 500 billion rupees, $8,620.68 million. Although sources blame Ayub Khan for introducing the senior officers to the value of urban property, the actual practice of granting urban land to officers can be attributed to General Zia-ul-Haq. Zia used such rewards to please his senior officer cadre. 52 He needed the support of the army's senior management, and its officer cadre in general, to consolidate his power. Since then, the three services have followed the practice of allotting urban land to their officers, particularly senior officers. The urban properties enhanced the personal financial value of individual officers. A former army officer who later became one of the country's biggest business magnates, Ikram Sehgal, is of the view that the award of rural and urban properties added to the worth of the senior generals. As a result, a typical Maj general is worth 10 million rupees, $172,000, and a LT general 50 million rupees, $860,000. However, as a result of the involvement of senior generals in real estate development, such as Light General Zarar Azim, who was the corps commander, Lahore later during the Musharraf regime and notorious for his involvement in a DHA land scam, the typical value of a senior general has escalated to 100 million rupees, $1.72 million. 53 Sehgal's estimation is based on conservative estimates, and if market rates were applied to the properties of the senior generals, their estimated worth would vary from 150 to 400 million rupees, 2.58 to 6.89 million US dollars. It is a fact that a number of senior generals have benefited from the military's land distribution. Some of the prominent beneficiaries include General RTD Shamim Alam Khan, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee, allotted a 1066 SQYD plot in the costly F7 sector on June 11, 1994, former Chief of Army Staff, General RTD Abdul Wahid Kakar, allotted a 1200 SQYD plot, number 6 in Sector G6/4 on September 7, 1996, Air Chief Marshal, RTD, Farooq Feroz Khan, allotted a 1033 SQYD plot, number 13 in Sector F7/2, on January 29, 1995, former Naval Chief Admiral, RTD, Saeed Muhammad Khan, allotted a plot measuring 1066 SQYD in Sector F7 on June 11, 1994, former Naval Chief Admiral, RTD, Muhammad Saeed, allotted an 800 SQYD plot, number 19 in Sector F8/1 on August 30, 1987, and former Naval Chief, Admiral, RTD, Yasir Haq Malik, allotted a 800 SQYD plot, number 551 in Sector F10/2, on November 4, 1991. The current market value of a single plot of land varies from 70 to 100 million rupees, 1.21 to 1.72 million US dollars, 0.54. It is also important to note that the allocation of plots to each officer is not necessarily limited to just one piece of property. In certain cases, more than one urban plot was given. For instance, according to a list of land awards to officers, 8 plots were allotted in the name of the Director General, DG, ISI in 1994. The list placed before the Senate shows that 5 plots were allotted in the name of the DG, ISI on April 15, 1994 in Sector F11/2. The plots, measuring 666 SQYD in total, included numbers 193, 194, 261, 262 and 263. He was allotted 2 more plots on November 16, 1994 in sectors F7/4 and F7/2, each measuring 1,600 SQYD. Another plot, measuring 1,244 SQYD, was allotted in the same name in sector F7/1 on 26 October 1994.55. Most of the land given directly by the 3 services is carved out of state land in contravention of the military and land cantonment laws. The Military Land and Cantonment Manual disallows the utilization of the A1 land for non-military purposes. This type of land is specifically meant for operational purposes. According to Riaz Hashmi, the housing schemes are an anomaly from the standpoint of the Military Land and Cantonment Law, which disallows any conversion of this type of land for any purpose other than those stipulated in the law. In Hashmi's view, the precedents for transforming military cantonment land started in the 1950s with Ayub Khan, who rented out his own house built in Rawalpindi cantonment on B2 land. Other officers followed suit. 56 This was a case of senior officers earning profit from the rental or sale of urban properties that were given to them for their service to the state. Subsequently, state land used by the military for operational purposes was taken by the armed forces and converted for private use. The 3 services acquired the land for further redistribution amongst its officers. In response to a question in the Senate regarding the questionable transfer of land, the Army GHQ stated that the service considered itself the sole authority for disposing of land in its use considered surplus by its management. 57 The words of Major General Shaukat Sultan, "We don't build houses or other projects on state land but on military land," show that the armed forces consider themselves above the law and accountability. 58 The fact that the general drew a distinction between military and state land shows where the army placed itself in reference to the state and its legal provisions. The organization's strength has determined the redistribution of land, resulting in accelerated profits. The Corps Commander Mangala, Light General Takir Zia, who was also the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Control Board, PCCB, during his tenure as the chairman of the PCCB transferred portions of the Karachi National Stadium to Karachi Cantonment authorities for further transfer to senior officers. The financial returns were superb. A minimum investment of 0.6 million rupees, $100,000, brought a profit of about 15 million rupees, $258,000, in a matter of 60 to 90 days. This minimum investment refers to the development charges taken from each officer for a 600 SQYD residential plot at a prime locality. The second figure is the market price. Therefore, it is not surprising to see senior generals having relatively easy access to capital to multiply their wealth. For instance, General Pervez Musharraf bought farmland in Islamabad worth approximately 40 million rupees, $690,000, and the former DGISI made 100 million rupees, $1.72 million, through the sale of his farmland. 59 The total estimated worth of Musharraf's disclosed land assets is around 600 million rupees, $10.34 million. Details are given in the later part of the chapter. This perpetuated nonchalant attitude of the army towards law or government authority has been infectious, and the smaller services are now found to be replicating this behavior. For instance, the PN used 3,000 SQYD, 0.6 acres, of A1 land to build the Baraya complex, which is run on commercial lines and generates a profit that is not turned over to the national exchequer. 60 Similarly, the PAF used 735 acres of land on its Risal per base for commercial purposes. 61 In both cases, this was the unsanctioned use of military land for non-operational functions. 62 Senior generals justify the conversion of military training grounds, firing ranges, and cantonment land to commercial markets on the basis of welfare for the Jawans. A case is put up for such actions, and examples of similar activities by the Chinese and Indonesian armed forces are given. However, unlike the Chinese and Indonesian militaries, the needs of the Pakistan's defense establishment are completely catered for by the government. Military expenditure has always received top priority, and this drive to commercialize military areas is a case of economic predatoriness rather than a real necessity. The stories of the military's economic predatoriness are endless. In Karachi, the largest cosmopolitan center, the army has set up about 8 petrol stations on state land. Advertisements in national papers inviting expressions of interest from private parties for shops and commercial plazas built on A1 land by different army corps became the fad after the October 1999 military takeover. Moreover, the military and its subsidiaries are also involved in land grabbing. For instance, the National Logistics Cell, NLC, a subsidiary of the Army, forcibly occupied land in Malir, Karachi for commercial use. One source claimed that the NLC just extended its boundary and took possession of the land adjacent to its premises. 63 Successive governments have not only ignored these activities but have implicitly approved of this behavior through providing further incentives. In one case, the government gave 4 billion rupees, $68.96 million worth of land in Karachi in 2004 to the AWT. The army has often forced the provincial governments to grant land for agriculture or other purposes. In most cases, the acquisition is justified in the name of national security or the reason is not given at all. For instance, the service demanded 20,000 acres in 2000 along the superhighway in Karachi, an upcoming area for industrial development. 64 The army also asked for 12,000 acres of agricultural land for transfer to military personnel affected by the establishment of the capital in Islamabad during the 1960s. 65 This particular attitude generates resentment, especially in smaller provinces that see the military as an invading force rather than a national army. The military's acquisition and distribution of land among its personnel is not just about money, but also tells the story of the organization's power and influence. The resentment increases when people see the military using its authority to forcibly occupy public or private land. For instance, Commander Abid Salim, the commandant of the Navy's Cadet College, Potero in Sindh, is accused of forcing the villagers of Mala in Jamshuro, Sindh to vacate the village so that it could be occupied by the college authorities. These villagers, who had been occupants of the land for the previous 50 years, had finally been given ownership of the land during the tenure of Prime Minister Mohammad Khan Juniho, 1985-8. In 2005 the Cadet College authorities tried to force the villagers to leave the land, a move protested by the villagers who filed a writ in the Sindh High Court. Although the case was under consideration by the court, the commandant of the Cadet College tried coercive methods to harass the village folk, such as building a wall around the village, the access to which was manned by naval police. Although Salim denied the charges, he admitted that the case was being heard by the High Court. He claimed the villagers were creating media hype to get public attention. 66. The military authorities leveled similar allegations against the Okara farmers, who were accused of conspiring with some foreign-funded NGOs to take possession of an expensive piece of land. See page 178. Similarly, the owners of land in Patan in NWFP claim that the FWO occupied their land without any compensation. The military's construction company built a temporary camp for its men while it was constructing the Karak-Oram Highway in 1962-3, and gave the owners the impression that the land would only be occupied for the duration of the road construction. Subsequently, the temporary camp was made permanent, and expanded, without any compensation being paid to the owners. 67. Similar stories can be heard in Baluchistan, such as the army's occupation of private property in the Shaman district. Reportedly, the villagers of Marmalang are contesting their claim with the army for ownership of over 129 acres of land. The army, which established itself in Shaman in 1963-4 when the district was being developed, later acquired the ownership of 200 acres of land. In June 2005, the army authorities gave notice to the villagers to leave this further area, on the premise that the land belonged to the army. The villagers claim that the land belongs to the Ashizai tribe, and that its people were farming it even before 1947. They believe the army is interested in the property because it has increased in value. It is no longer farmland but a small town with markets, houses, and cinemas. 68. It is possible that the property in Shaman is planned to be used for profit-maximizing activities such as the construction of commercial plazas. Since the end of the 1970s, the military have become keener to establish profit-making ventures, the returns from which are not transparent or subject to public sector accountability processes. But even if the intention behind occupying the land in Sindh or Baluchistan is to expand the existing military cantonment in the area, it is at the cost of depriving the local people of their land. A Pakistani political analyst, Kaisar Bengali, views the cantonments in Pakistan as the new metropolis and the civilians have been pushed back to the status of the natives. 69. I saw evidence of the mindset described by Bengali during a visit to a restaurant in the Quetta cantonment in 1996. A sign in the window reads "Civilians not allowed." It is reminiscent of the colonial regime, when native Indians were not allowed in certain places frequented by the British. Seeing the military use its authority to control land and its resources, the paramilitary organization, the Rangers, followed suit and exercised its authority over 100 kilometers of the coast in Sindh and Baluchistan. Starting from 1977, the Rangers took control of more than 24 lakes in the area, with the stated purpose of securing the coastal area from an Indian threat. However, the Rangers then used their authority to stop the local fishermen from fishing in the waters, and sold the fishing permits to big contractors. This had a disastrous effect on the livelihood of local fishermen, whose numbers reduced from 7,000 to about 200.70. This is clearly a case of the state security apparatus exploiting land resources, endangering the lives and livelihoods of the indigenous people. To return to military housing schemes, since the early 1980s the three services of the armed forces also began a project to construct housing for officers at subsidized rates. 71 The idea was for every officer to own a house or an apartment by the time he retired from active duty, towards the cost of which a nominal contribution of about 200 to 1,000 rupees, US $3.45, 17.24, would be deducted from his pay. 72 The final payment for the construction was then deducted from the officer's commuted pension at the time of retirement. Interestingly, the cost of the land is heavily subsidized, particularly if the construction is on state land. Therefore, these are private housing projects constructed on subsidized land. Since it is privy to the town expansion plans, the government helps in guiding the cooperative's management over where to purchase the land. Because of its influence, the military gets preferential access to resource distribution policy decisions, and this results in what Kaisar Bengali terms allocation inefficiency. 73 According to this concept, the military or members of the ruling elite get greater opportunities to invest their capital, particularly ones that are likely to provide handsome returns. A lot of senior military officers seem to have benefited from preferential access to information by buying properties, the value of which is later enhanced. It is partly because of this preferential access to information that the senior generals have turned into a propertied class. For instance, General Musharraf owns about 8 properties, which include 2,000 sqyd of land in Dha, Karachi, a 1,200 sqyd plot in Morga, Rawalpindi, a 900 sqyd plot in Peshawar, 50 acres of agricultural land in Bahawalpur, 600 sqyd in Eastridge in Rawalpindi, 1200 SQYD in Gwadar, Baluchistan, and a farmhouse in Islamabad. 74. Housing schemes by the military subsidiaries. Another type of the military's real estate is the private sector housing schemes. Under this format, cooperatives controlled by the various services of the armed forces purchase privately owned land and develop it for resale. The Army-controlled AWT and the Navy's BF take the cake as military-sponsored realtors. The Air Force has the least share in the housing business. The AWT and Baraya have at least 2 housing schemes in each of the 3 major cities of Karachi, Lahore, and Rawalpindi/Islamabad. In fact, the Navy has a far more extensive presence in real estate development. While its initial investment was a joint venture with a private investor under the label of Baraya Housing Schemes, later the Navy established an independent scheme called Anchorage. This was done after relations with the private investor went sour. However, the Baraya scheme, which is predominantly run and controlled by the private investor, continues to use the Navy's logo and blue emblem. See page 159. The armed forces claim that these projects are private sector operations run by authorities registered under civilian commercial regulations. The top management of these authorities are retired military officers. The military is also represented on their governing boards by senior serving officers. For instance, the corps commanders head all the DHAs, with serving brigadiers or colonel-level officers serving in the management. In addition, the land is offered for resale only to serving or retired officers or their families. These people are then free to resell their land to whoever can pay the exorbitant price, including civilians. As a result, there are more civilians living in cantonments and defense housing schemes. The armed forces still claim, however, that this does not make a strong case for the military's involvement in the real estate business. Defending the DHAs, Musharraf suggested that the argument that the military's real estate is an indication of its commercial interests is evidence of the jealousy of some pseudo-intellectuals. Addressing a congregation during the inauguration of a DHA desalination plant in Karachi in 2004, he claimed that the defense societies everywhere are the top societies of Pakistan. Now, why are we jealous of this? Why are we jealous if somebody gets a piece of land, a canal of land, cheap when it was initially, and because of the good work done by the society, the price rises by 100 times and the man then earns some money? What is the problem? Why are we jealous of this? There's no problem at all. 75. Partially agreeing with Musharraf, Light General, RTD, Maqbool claimed that the housing schemes show the military's interest in developing real estate for the benefit of its members, but not its involvement. 76. Such statements are contrary to the fact that the military's political power is crucial in creating land entitlements that benefit its senior officers in particular. The number of officers directly involved in the business is immaterial. What matters is the use of the organization's influence in securing land for the benefit of the military echelons. The Defense Housing Authorities, DHAs. One of the important planks of the organization's housing schemes is the Defense Housing Authorities, known by their acronym DHA. The DHAs in major cities such as Karachi, Rawalpindi, and Lahore were established through the direct use of the Army's political influence. The DHA was created in Lahore in 2002 through taking over the Lahore Cantonment Cooperative Housing Society Ltd., originally established under the Punjab Cooperative Societies Act 1925.77. This was the first housing scheme to be taken over and converted into an authority directly controlled by the Army. The takeover was done through a presidential order, which later became the 17th Amendment to the Constitution. 78. From that time, all other private housing schemes in cantonment areas or adjoining military areas were turned into autonomous bodies with their own rules and regulations. The higher rates of return that are earned by investors in these depend on the influence of the investor or the stakeholder. For instance, the military's influence is crucial in acquiring land at cheaper rates, which is then sold at a higher price. This price escalation is what Musharraf refers to above. The secret of high returns lies in ensuring that there is a large difference between the purchase price and the sale price. These profit margins require preferential access to information, which is directly linked to the power of the investor. The ability to control information about town expansion plans, and to influence decision-making, is crucial in determining the net value of a town development project. Senior civil and military bureaucrats are well positioned to manipulate such information to their personal advantage. An expanding town tends to absorb rural land for which the original price is relatively low. It could be argued that the original owners could carry out speculative investment themselves, but the information regarding town expansion is manipulated, and the owners are often subject to subtle coercion as well as the expectation of greater profits if they collaborate. As a result, the land is purchased at lower rates to provide a greater profit margin. The DHA Lahore, for instance, pays original owners in kind and not in cash. The owners are advised to sell their land in return for 2,500 SQYD residential plots per acre. The price of these can be expected to escalate after the development of the entire housing project. There are numerous players that speculate in real estate, but the military remains a major stakeholder. The most benefit in the DHA schemes goes to military officers, who are only liable to pay development charges. There is no payment for land acquisition. Retired and serving military officers are also not liable to pay property taxes and certain other government dues. Most of the money earned by the DHA is through taxes and fees paid by civilians. Although the initial sale is made to military personnel, there is no bar on the subsequent sale of land to civilians. There is not even a time limit for resale, and as a result there is major speculation in real estate. The level of this increased by leaps and bounds, especially after September 11. Instead of setting up industries or generating employment, the extraordinary financial flow into Pakistan moved into real estate. This happened during the 1980s as well. The Afghan War, fought jointly by the United States and Pakistan, brought in a supply of greenbacks to Pakistan, which were invested primarily in real estate. The rows of empty commercial plazas in Islamabad built during the Zia-ul-Haq regime are evidence of non-productive and speculative investment. The DHAs tend to be adjacent to military cantonments, especially in major cities like Lahore, Karachi, and Islamabad. Geographically, they are an extension of military-controlled areas and are governed by the same rules as cantonments. The property transfer and taxation laws, for instance, are similar. The similarity of laws means that unlike resident civilians, military personnel do not pay property taxes. Moreover, the management of the areas is almost identical. Leaving aside the technicalities or administrative details, people generally consider DHAs as no different from the cantonments. This linkage actually results in greater private investment in these housing schemes. It is a fact that people have greater faith in investing in military-controlled schemes because there are fewer instances of fraud than in civilian-run schemes. Military personnel attribute this to their indisputable capacity for discipline, and to better management. The military's internal land redistribution is driven by a hierarchical system in which the senior officers draw maximum dividends. Profit-making opportunities are cautiously trickled down to the mid-ranking and junior officers to ensure a certain level of discipline. A free-for-all system would eventually result in the extinction of all individual predators. Therefore, predatoriness is carefully institutionalized, with an additional concern to keep the share of senior officers larger than that of junior officers. This discipline also guarantees the subservience of junior officers, who remain ever careful of the senior management in the hope of eventually rising to senior positions and thus getting greater perks and privileges. The perks and privileges provided to senior officers, including land grants, have progressively resulted in increased corruption in the armed forces. This has not remained exclusive to real estate. A number of reports are coming into the fore of officers involved in financial kickbacks related to weapon procurement, and other cases of corruption. 79 This could be as a result of the greater aggressiveness of the media, or it could simply indicate increased corruption amongst the officer cadre. The questionable involvement of senior army officers behind the real estate-related scandal in the DHA, Lahore has raised quite a few eyebrows. The scandal concerns the DHA entertaining more applications for the sale of plots than the actual number of plots. It must be noted that to apply to buy a plot in a DHA scheme, it is necessary to pay a certain percentage of the total cost of the plot, so there is an obvious financial advantage to the DHA if too many deposits are accepted. Reports indicate that senior generals involved with the development scheme were aware of this scandal. It is fair to say, however, that the military housing schemes generally have a better reputation than some civilian-run operations for the clarity of documentation and transactions. Many private housing schemes launched by influential and moneyed people or companies have proved to be fraudulent, and it is difficult for common people to retrieve their money from problematic or questionable real estate or other investment schemes, because of powerful interests and corruption in the judiciary, which is further weakened through political compulsion. Military-run land development schemes enjoy relative confidence and invoke a greater sense of security. An ill-founded perception exists that DHAs or military-controlled schemes have better systems of personal security, that is, protection against common theft, robbery, and other hazards. They do not, on the whole, but they probably do have fewer robberies and less petty crime than civilian schemes. The fact is that the military's presence and involvement itself results in a better environment and more security. Since a number of senior retired and serving officers have their stakes in these housing schemes or actually reside there, petty criminals are far more wary about targeting these areas. This gives military-run housing projects a better reputation, which is useful for marketing them. The level of cleanliness and quality of infrastructure also tend to be better. This results in relatively good and stable price escalation in military-controlled urban land schemes. Military-controlled schemes have established a clientele even in smaller towns like Bahawalpur, where the Baria town scheme resulted in an escalation in the price of land where it was built. Earlier, the original landowner had faced problems in selling his land. 81. The military's prominent position in the country's power politics is essential for realizing profitability in the real estate projects controlled by the armed forces. Although complete data on the net value of the military's stakes in urban real estate are not available, it is possible to outline some examples to give a sense of the nature of the stakes and profitability. For example, the AWT housing scheme at Sanjiani, Punjab on 750 acres developed at the cost of 720 million rupees, $12.41 million, earned a profit of 24 billion rupees, $413.79 million, at a conservative estimate. The profitability of the defense housing scheme, Morga I and II, in Rawalpindi and the Parktown housing scheme in Lahore is equally noticeable. In the first instance, 3,375 acres were acquired at about a total cost of 11 billion rupees, $189.65 million, and were later sold for approximately 0.135 billion rupees, $2,328 million. 0.82. It is not surprising in the light of these profits that the DHA, with its army management, has gone for an expansion in which it forcibly appropriates private land. The aim was to acquire an additional 4,000 acres through collusion with the local administration and the lower judiciary. The Land Revenue Department was forced to not release any documents pertaining to these 4,000 acres so that the owners could be coerced into selling the land. 83. The villagers lodged a protest against the high-handedness of the DHA authorities. They claimed that they were being forced by the military authorities to move out of their villages and accept 57,000 rupees, $982.70, per canal, 0.125 acre, in compensation. 84. The second case refers to a new private housing scheme established in the outskirts of the DHA Lahore. Reportedly, the DHA authorities manipulated the law to take control of the scheme. 85. This was a case of a collaboration between the various centers of power which benefited from joint exploitation of land resources, and hence an example of crony capitalism. Because of its comparatively high value, urban property in particular is much sought after, and has been used to buy loyalty in strategic institutions such as the judiciary. Members of the judiciary are encouraged to acquire residential plots or are offered land as rewards. 86 There have also been instances of more explicit encouragement, in the form of providing opportunities for other social and professional groups to acquire urban land. In 2004-05, the government offered residential plots to journalists. These opportunities are intended to divert essential civil society groups such as the media from criticizing the regime. As the prominent columnist Ayesha points out, the land distribution is done at the risk of destroying the level playing field for everyone to acquire land. 87. The case of the Dha Karachi, which is in the heart of the main cosmopolitan center, near the sea and airport, is similar to other such housing schemes. This scheme measures 8,672.051 acres and represents an extension of 35,501.55 acres to the Karachi cantonment. 88 After 1999, another 4,000-unit housing scheme known as Creek City was planned on 90 acres of land adjacent to the Dha. A rough estimate of the worth of Creek City alone is about 400 billion rupees, $6,896.5 million US dollars. Given the volume of profit, it is not surprising that the army authorities pay no heed even to some of their own people who have spoken out against institutionalized corruption. An ex-army officer who is currently a newspaper columnist and businessman, Ikram Sehgal, wrote about the impact of the army's profit-mongering on its professionalism. He was also of the view that housing projects like these were detrimental for the environment of the city of Karachi. 89. Defense housing schemes in other cities such as Lahore have also undergone substantial expansion, enhancing the total area included in the Dha to 93 square kilometers. One senior military land and cantonment officer was of the view that the city of Lahore would soon expand to a point where it would touch the border with India. This expansion, he added, was planned solely by the army authorities and with the view of reaping financial benefits. 90. The negative implications of these elite housing schemes are not limited to the concentration of wealth alone. To begin with, these housing projects do not solve the problem of the general dearth of housing in the country. On the contrary, they lead to a rise in speculative investment. Profits generated through the sale of urban land contribute to the upward social mobility of a certain class. In addition, the elite housing schemes are a sign of problematic town planning. On the one hand, elite, upscale neighborhoods are created through claiming rural land. On the other, there is an imbalance of town development. Some neighborhoods have better facilities than others, which does not strengthen the overall town ethos or elevate it from a ruralopolis to a metropolis. 91 The disparity between the elite and ordinary urban planning becomes noticeable when the elite schemes are compared with the rest of the city or town structure. It could be argued that such disparities are found across the world, but they become more pronounced where elite structures are combined with disproportional political power. Coercion for appropriating land. The urban land acquisition raises eyebrows because of the military's use of coercive methods to acquire land. The army has often used its authority to procure private land without due compensation and through arm twisting the civilian authorities. An example of the illegal use of authority concerns the villages of Nizian, Hamak, Sihala, and Dak Kanial in the administrative district of Islamabad. The villagers filed a writ in the Lahore High Court, Rawalpindi bench, against the AWTs grabbing their 4,000 acres of land, an action that was claimed to be justified in the name of national interest and for defense purposes, and for which the villagers were not adequately compensated. These villages are part of the master plan for the expansion of the capital city, Islamabad. The initial no objection certificate, NOC, given to the GHQ by the Capital Development Authority, CDA, was limited to Hamak village. However, the army extended its control to other villages and forcibly acquired the land without compensating the people. Justifying the acquisition as in the national interest, the AWT's attorney argued that the grant of land for housing army officers was in the interests of the institution. Interestingly, the High Court decided the case in the AWT's favor, upholding the acquisition as being in the national and defense interests of the country. 92 This is an odd judgment considering that the AWT is registered as a welfare foundation and claims to be operating in the private sector. This was a case of the Army using its authority to benefit a private venture and a select group of officers at the risk of harming the interests of the general public. The Supreme Court, however, overturned the High Court's decision and asked the AWT to compensate the villagers. While these villagers had the sense and the will to move the Superior Court, there are many cases in the country where the military has not paid any compensation. For instance, in Quetta Valley, Baluchistan, the army appears to have forcibly grabbed private property amounting to hundreds of acres. Reportedly, since 1993 the local residents and owners of the land have not been allowed to lay a single brick on their land. The army planned an extension of its garrison, but the GHQ did not have enough funds to compensate people at market rates, or even at the dirt cheap official rate, so the movement of people was restricted until such time as the service could move the government to pass an order enabling it to acquire the land. 93 A similar situation could be observed in Sindh, where the MOD acquired 210,722 acres during the 1980s and 1990s for the defense services without paying compensation to the provincial government. 94 The military was one of 10 departments of the federal government that defaulted in paying the cost of the land to the Sindh government. This kind of illegal use of authority in coercing private civilian owners or the government is also obvious in other cases, such as the land acquisition for the construction of the new GHQ in Islamabad. The MOD acquired 1,165 acres of land in 2005 at a throwaway price of 40 rupees, $0.68 per SQYD, which, as the MOD clarified, was legally considered the right compensation for acquisition of land for official purposes. 95 Later, another 1,085 acres were allotted by the federal government in the same area at the rate of 150 rupees, $2.58 per square yard. The land will be used not only for construction of the military headquarters, but for residences of officers, schools, markets, and other facilities. The army authorities are forcing the government to relocate 3,500 villagers at the government's expense, and to oblige the residents of Chantra village, who have refused to vacate their land, to move to an alternative location. 96. The sociology of military land. The problems highlighted above are not the only ones created by the military's land acquisition. In fact, the whole issue of military land, especially in rural Pakistan, adds to the larger problem of feudalism and unequal social relationships. The military agriculturists are largely absentee farmers who, as mentioned earlier, do not till the land themselves. For instance, during a visit to the farms of General Pervez Musharraf and some other senior generals in Bahawalpur, it was learnt that these lands were being tilled by landless peasants who did not get any legal or social protection for their services. Prior to the 1990s, many military agriculturists tended to sell their lands to the local feudal or the new rural capitalists, who purchased the land not to pursue agriculture as a profession, but as a symbol of their influence and wealth. Sociopolitically, absenteeism perpetuates authoritarianism. 97 The linkage between absentee land ownership and authoritarianism is because it is primarily the large landlords or those with authority who can afford to benefit from the land without actually tilling it themselves. The presence of big or influential agriculturists adds to the problem of inequitable distribution of land resources. According to one estimate, there are 20 million landless peasants in the country. There are also a large number of small landowners who do not match the big landowners in political influence. According to Hamza Alavi, during the 1970s only 5% of landowners controlled over 70% of the land holdings in the country. 98 The situation has not changed substantially, as is obvious from Akbar Zaidi's later analysis in Issues in Pakistan's Economy. 99 According to the 1980s census by the government cited by Zaidi, 34% of holdings of farmland in Pakistan fell into the size category of less than 5 acres. This, however, constitutes only 7% of the total farmland. On the other hand, 0.34% of the farms in the country represent ownership of 8.5% of the total agricultural land. Such a division is most pronounced in Sindh and the South Punjab regions, which are the key agricultural areas and are known for large land holdings. 100 Because of limitations on the flow and accumulation of capital, a strong middle class cannot emerge in the rural areas. The military agriculturists, particularly the senior officers, have adopted feudal norms and seem to compete with local big landowners in areas where they acquire land. For instance, in South Punjab a number of senior army generals turned agriculturists have also become numberdars, state-appointed local notables who collect water taxes and deal with other land revenue-related issues in the area. Although the government does not pay a numberdar for his services, the incumbent has a lot of clout as a result of his position as a representative of the state's interests, with connections to the local police and revenue authorities. This is part of the feudal tradition in Punjab. According to reports, like General Shahid Pervez, who was once the corps commander, Bahawalpur, and the former interior minister, like General R.T.D. Moinuddin Haider, are numberdars of the villages of Chuk 104 dB and Chuk 44 dB respectively. The former chairman JCSC, General Aziz Khan, and Secretary Establishment, Brig. R.T.D. Ijaz Shah, also became numberdars of their villages, Chuk 47 and Chuk 143. The appointment as numberdar also allows these officers to acquire another 12.5 acres of land. Apparently, General Pervez Musharraf is the numberdar for Chuk 13 BC.101. Such appointments flout the spirit of the tradition behind the office of numberdar, who is supposed to be a local resident of the area with the ability to perform revenue collection tasks and strengthen relations with the local community in the process. Since these generals do not reside in the areas where they have become numberdars, the task of revenue collection is carried out by their representatives, who are also not local people. The position of numberdar, however, is acquired to bolster the political influence of the serving and retired generals in the rural areas and to get them additional land. The symbiotic relationship between land and authority motivates the upwardly mobile middle class to acquire symbols of power. The symbolism of land, especially agricultural land, was pointed out by the economist Haris Ghazdar in his study on rural land in Pakistan. The author is of the view that the civil and military bureaucracy chose to acquire land because of the peculiar political symbolism of the land. 102 The symbolism is mired in the feudal ethos of the dominant classes, which is followed by most people who want to advance socially and become members of the dominant elite. This is also apparent from the farmhouses built around large cities like Lahore, Karachi, and Islamabad. The opulence and lifestyles of the owners mostly display the decadent feudal culture. The show of wealth and blatant imitation of the landed feudal class in these new neighborhoods represents a reverse cultural trend of cities aping the cultural norms of feudal villages. Owned mostly by literate, often Western-trained and educated civil and military bureaucrats and industrialists, who are fully exposed to technological modernization, the farmhouses are a reminder of the traditional feudal-cum-authoritarian lifestyle. This has been termed the culture of a ruralopolis, defined as not a homogeneous rural region separated from cities. It is the rural part of an extended region comprised of a chain of high-density districts, centered around towns and cities. 103 This term was coined by Mohammed A. Qadir, an expert on urban and regional planning. Although Qadir's explanation is limited to the structure of the city and the infrastructure, the definition could include the cultural dimension as well. A ruralopolis adopts the rural feudal culture, exhibited through the lifestyle of the new feudal lord. For instance, the wild parties or mujras 104 held in a lot of these farmhouses are reminiscent of the lives of perverse feudal lords, images of which can be found in Temina Durrani's autobiography, My Feudal Lord. 105. The possession of power and authority lies at the heart of the monopolization of land by the dominant classes in the country. The poor or the landless peasants on the other hand are deprived of their rights to own land. This is borne out by the case of the village of Nawazabad in Bahawalpur. Hundreds of landless peasants suffered eviction from the state land they had occupied for many years after the land was allotted to military personnel. In a video interview, these peasants protested against being turned out of the land they had partially developed and reclaimed from the desert without being given any fair hearing. Regardless, the peasants continued to be threatened with dire consequences unless they vacated the land. The peasants understood the court's inability to intervene on their behalf. Furthermore, junior military officers came to threaten these people, ridiculing the law, and advising the peasants that even the courts could not save them from the army's authority. As a result, the affected people of Nawazabad found no difference between the dominant feudal lords and the Praetorian military. The traditional feudal lords were as averse to allowing the people to live on their lands as the military, which deprived poor people from their livelihood on state land. Unable to build their homes on lands owned by powerful landlords, these people often occupied state lands. Their treatment forced one woman in Nawazabad to bitterly demand that if there is no place for us here, then the authorities should put us on a truck and drop us in India. 106 This was an ultimate form of protest to the authorities that had treated these people unkindly. The local civilian administration, for example, supported the military rather than the poor landless peasants. The peasants claimed that the local revenue officers stood aside and let army officials threaten poor peasants with dire consequences if they did not leave. 107. Equally perturbing was the story of the people of the small fishing village of Mubarak in Sindh. Situated near the Sindh-Balochistan border, their village on the shore was once their territory. For over 5 years now, they have watched as the land has been slowly pulled from under their feet. Generations of their families have lived there peacefully as fishermen, but no longer. A few years back, the villagers found that they could no longer move freely on their own land. The PN ordered the residents of Mubarak to limit themselves to a small area. But that was not the only restriction. They were also told not to construct houses on the land because the adjoining land fell within the range of the Navy's target practice range. The villagers claim that the PN broke a promise and extended its presence beyond a point that they had previously been assured would be the limit of its expansion. In fact, the PN has continued to expand its presence despite the fact that there is no provision in the existing rules for a naval cantonment. Meanwhile, the uneducated villagers are unable to contest their rights. They neither know the law, nor have the money to take legal action. However, even those who take recourse to legal action might not necessarily get immediate justice or fair treatment. In Yunisabad near Karachi, the PN took forcible possession of the floating jetty, and the land on which it was built, which belonged to the village and was used to transport locals, especially the sick. For villagers from nearby Shamspir, the jetty was their only access point to land. A writ was filed with the Sindh High Court against the illegal act of the Navy, and several letters were written to the district administration highlighting human rights abuses by the PN. Despite such action, the people continued to be harassed and occasionally beaten up. The PN failed to honor a court order not to interfere with public traffic. 108 The service had too much at stake. The PN wanted to control the village and the surrounding area, from which it is known to sell sand. Besides the ill treatment of poor people, the commercial activity of selling sand is creating environmental hazards. The removal of sand has made the saline sea water come deeper inland. This, however, is not the only case of environmental degradation. Reportedly, a few kilometers of Clifton Beach in Karachi are under threat because of the expansion of the DHA Karachi in a scheme worth 1.5 billion rupees, $25.86 million. The DHA was given public or state property to develop a private housing scheme for which the local people were not consulted regarding their concerns about environmental damage. 109. The naval authorities appear oblivious of the environmental degradation, and emphasize their authority and profit. Their attitude is no different from the big feudal landlords, who are also only concerned with their personal interests. Obsessed with their personal stakes, the feudal landlords have also been a cause for encouraging the military to acquire land and other essential resources. The big landlords of South Punjab, for instance, where the military has acquired thousands of acres for distribution amongst its personnel, have really not tried to resist the military's land acquisition. For instance, Khurshid Zaman Qureshi, a prominent landowner from southern Punjab, who also served as the provincial minister for agriculture from 2002 in Musharraf's military government, did not object to the armed forces acquiring land in southern Punjab. Although the common people are anxious about the military getting preferential treatment over the indigenous poor population in the ongoing land distribution in the 3 districts of South Punjab, Qureshi did not feel obliged to challenge the military's interests. In fact, the former minister appreciated the association between the landowners of southern Punjab and the military, sharing the view that military agriculturists brought development to the region, which the local landowners could not negotiate with their counterparts from the politically significant central Punjab. Military agriculturists definitely brought a greater share of water to Kholistan, the desert area of South Punjab, where they were allotted land. 110 A large number of senior military generals benefit from the controversial Greater Thal Canal irrigation project, meant to develop agricultural land in the desert of South Punjab. Mushtaq Guddi, who works on the politics of water distribution in Pakistan, has argued that the Thal Canal will primarily irrigate the lands of senior military officers rather than benefit the indigenous Kholistani people. 111 It is worth noting that the local authorities showed more efficiency in distributing the newly reclaimed land to the military than to the landless peasants from the area. This efficiency can also be explained as a result of the organizational structure of the Kholistan Development Authority, CDA. The body responsible for transferring land to various claimants and for development of the area has a number of retired army officers in senior positions. Meanwhile, the land and the related water distribution issue seem to generate a negative social cost, in terms of relations between the center and the smaller provinces such as Sindh, which face an acute water deficiency. Farmers in Sindh complain of water shortages, which have forced some, such as Bashir Shah, to cut down their mango orchards. Explaining the water crisis in rural Sindh, Bashir Shah claims that there is hardly any water in the canals, the lakes are drying up and out tube wells are producing brackish water that forced me to take the brutal action of cutting down trees. 112. The development of coastal town of Gwadar in Baluchistan by the federal government is another example of how the state's authoritarian intervention in smaller provinces, for the benefit of the military and other groups with investment capital, can harm the federation. The Baluch leaders and people are unhappy about the fact that Gwadar's ongoing development, which has allowed many influential groups and the military to buy land, is detrimental to the socio-political environment of the area and the province at large. The Baluch leader, Atalia Mengal, was of the view that the construction of Gwadar town and allocation of land to the military, civil bureaucrats and other influential groups from Punjab will result in an influx of outsiders into the province which will unsettle the local culture. It would change politics because the majority will be outsiders. 113. Such intervention by the state and the resultant opposition to land distribution by the local people is bound to weaken the federal structure of the Pakistani state, a reality that the military generals sitting far away in Rawalpindi do not seem to evaluate out of fear of disrupting their own interests and those of their civilian clients. The military's political clout is central to its control of real estate in the country. The organization's political power is instrumental in influencing the civil authorities, a fact borne out by a legal dispute between Brig. Rtd. Muhammad Bashir and a landless peasant, Abdul Karim. The provincial government transferred about 33,866 acres of land in Bahawalpur division to the Army GHQ in 1993 without checking the title of the land, some of which had previously been leased to landless peasants from the area. About 3 canals, 0.375 acres, of the 396 canals, 49.5 acres, given to Brig. Bashir was actually the property of Karim. In its eagerness to favor the military authorities, the district government representatives tried to disprove Karim's claim to the land. Karim took action to retain his land, and when Bashir went to court to prevent him, the Lahore High Court supported Karim, overturning the decision by Bahawalpur's local administration to award the land to Bashir. Bashir then filed an appeal in the Supreme Court of Pakistan. The Supreme Court upheld Karim's ownership of the land, and admonished the district collector for acting capriciously, and arbitrarily transferring land to the army when it had been marked as land not available for allotment. The court also reproached Bashir for impinging upon the rights of a poor peasant. In the historic Abdul Karim Supreme Court judgment passed in September 2003, the judges repeated the following quotation from John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath and cautioned against accumulation of property in the hands of a few. And the great owners, who must lose their land in an upheaval, the great owners with access to history, with eyes to read history and to know the great fact, when property accumulates in too few hands, it is taken away. And that companion fact, when a majority of people are hungry and cold, they will take by force what they need. And the little screaming fact that sounds through all history, repression works only to strengthen and knit the repressed. The great owners ignored the three cries of history. The land fell into fewer hands, the number of the dispossessed increased, and every effort of the great owners was directed at repression. The money was spent for arms, for gas to protect the great holdings, and spies were sent to catch the murmuring of revolt so that it might be stamped out. The changing economy was ignored, plans for the change ignored, and only means to destroy revolt were considered, while the causes of revolt went on. 114. While Abdul Karim got justice, this decision of the Supreme Court is not being used as a precedent for other cases. Amazingly, Karim received justice not because he had the means to take legal action, but because Brig. Bashir wanted his land and took the case to court. It is unlikely that this historic judgment will help many other poor villagers, though, as the only way for them to benefit from this landmark judgment would be to initiate expensive legal proceedings. It is also unlikely that the senior military officers learned any lesson from the court judgment. They continue to look at the landless peasants with suspicion and contempt. One naval officer, for example, was of the view that why do landless peasants have greater rights over land? They do not deserve land just because they are poor. 115 Similar sentiments were expressed by Major General, RTD, Salim, who believes that there is no difference between allotment of land to poor people and the military. The armed forces personnel deserve to be given land as much as the poor landless peasants. 116. Over the years, the military elite in Pakistan have joined the club of other dominant classes in the country to exploit resources including land. As I argue in this chapter, the organization has systematically used traditions or created norms to occupy state land for the benefit of the military fraternity. There is a constant threat of alteration in the use of millions of acres of state land that is under the organization's direct control, and for land which is not controlled by it. The military uses its political power to acquire land and to alter the use of state land from operational purposes to private ownership. The change in the use of land from public good to private benefit serves the interests of senior generals and the officer cadre at large, and in this they behave no differently from the big landowners and the landed feudal class, especially in the treatment meted out to ordinary soldiers and poor indigenous people. The military's authority and linkage with the political and institutional power base is instrumental in turning it into one of the prominent land barons in the country. The exploitation of land makes the generals no different from the top civilian landowners in the country. 8. Providing for the men, military welfare. In Pakistan, the military is one of the most attractive professions, especially for the young men from military families and the lower middle class, who see military service as an opportunity for employment, influence, and upward social mobility. The organization's significance in the job market is owing to its political influence and system of welfare, among other reasons. The military has a reputation of taking care of its serving and retired personnel. As well as providing a comparatively sizable pension, the military provides a variety of compensatory packages to its personnel, including urban and rural land, employment, and other facilities. Such schemes are meant to enhance the already existing sense of camaraderie that is central to the ethos of the organization. This chapter analyzes the military welfare system, and evaluates its political implications for state-society relations. Military welfare. The military provides post-retirement benefits for its personnel because, as Major General, RTD, Agha Masood Hassan put it, the military behaves like a social organization. It is a social organization that looks after its men while the civil and the politicians do not look after their men. Point 1. The general's comments show the Pakistan military's efforts to attract and retain relatively good quality personnel through offering good facilities and an image of an organization that takes care of its people and their needs even after they cease to work. Indeed, there are several methods by which the welfare of military staff is taken care of. The advantages provided to military personnel can be divided into non-tangible and tangible benefits. The first category relates to the social influence that is gained through working in the armed forces. Over the years, the military class has evolved and become conscious of its power and influence. Since the military jealously guards its superior image, there is a tendency to treat armed forces personnel with kid gloves. This is certainly true of the Punjab and parts of the NWFP, from where military personnel are usually recruited. As a result, military personnel have grown accustomed to being shown respect. Even in smaller towns and villages, an association with the armed forces creates greater opportunities to get problems solved by the district administration. Some of the best clubs, guest houses, and other such facilities belong to the armed forces, not to mention the availability of health and educational facilities that are far better than those available for the civilian population. The tangible benefits include military pensions, the grant of urban and rural properties, and employment provided to retired military personnel. The military caters for the well-being of about 9.1 million people, including retired personnel and their dependents. Every year, the central government spends a hefty amount on military pensions. In order to impress financial aid donors like the IMF and the World Bank with its conservation of resources, the Musharraf government has indulged in cosmetic massaging of the national accounts, such as separating out military pensions from military expenditure and allocating them to the government's overall pay and remuneration account. This change was carried out to reduce the size of the defense budget. However, the fact is that the government pays out a larger sum in military pensions than civilian pensions, see Table 8.1.2. This disparity between military and civilian pensions occurs because military personnel get better salaries, allowances, and pensions than civil servants. These figures do not include other forms of compensation provided to armed forces personnel. The civil bureaucracy suffers from relatively low pay and no additional incentives. The pay scales determine the size of eventual individual pensions. A study by the Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, PIDE, on public sector wages, which included a comparison of civilian and military pay scales during the period after the 1970s, showed that public sector wages declined during the 1970s. However, other research for the PIDE by economist Zafar Nasir shows that skilled public sector workers received better pay than unskilled and less well-educated informal private sector workers. Civilian government employees, as the study indicates, earn less than formal private sector workers mainly because of their poor pay structure. Point 4. The differential between public sector pay, especially military pay, and private pay structures is common all over the world. Although U.S. soldiers get better pay than Pakistanis, it still does not bear comparison with private sector remuneration in the United States. The relatively poor pay of the armed forces also lies at the heart of the system of military welfare all over the world. The armed forces around the world offer additional perks and privileges to their personnel in order to attract good personnel and to be able to retain these people in service. The military welfare or, more appropriately, retirement system is designed to serve as an inducement for enlistment and re-enlistment, to create an orderly career path, and to ensure youthful and vigorous military forces. Point 5. Table 8.1 Comparative sizes of military and civilian pensions. Year. Military pension, Rs billion. Civil pension, Rs billion. 2000, 01. 28.247. NA 2001, 02. 26.415. 5.393. 2002, 03. 33.494. 6.130. 2003, 04. 30.826. 6.372. 2004, 05. 30.181. 6.156. Source: Office of the Accountant General, Pakistan Revenues, AGPR, Islamabad. The military welfare system includes all post-retirement benefits, financial compensation and other post-retirement facilities such as healthcare, housing, and re-employment for armed forces personnel. Other militaries, such as the US and British Armed Forces, also have systems to provide for the welfare of retired military personnel. For instance, in October 1996 the U.S. Congress passed Public Law 104-262, the Veterans Health Care Eligibility Reform Act of 1996, providing enhanced health care benefits to all veterans. In Britain there are specific facilities for war veterans and retired personnel. The Army Benevolent Fund and other charities provide for the welfare of ex-services personnel and their families. The extent of inducements offered varies, however, from military to military. It is important to note that most armed forces recognize the significance of providing welfare for their personnel and their families. An awareness of the need to take care of soldiers and their families did not come about until the late 17th century. Up until the Crimean War, 1854-6, there was little recognition of the personal needs of soldiers. In fact, there was little acceptance of soldiers having families. 6 However, modern and professional armed forces recognize the need to provide welfare for their personnel, and take care of their personal environment, making pensions the key component of the military welfare system. According to Ash and Warner, researchers at the Rand Corporation, financial compensation is a means for retaining high-quality individuals rather than facilitating the reintegration of military personnel into civilian life. 7 Financial compensations are also an incentive for the least talented individuals to seek retirement earlier in their careers. 8 Officers are encouraged to leave military service after 20 years of service to allow younger people to replace them, and this makes it possible for the state to maintain a youthful corps. Officers tend to last a little longer than enlisted or junior commissioned officers, JCOs, and non-commissioned officers, NCOs. Therefore, a large number of officers and enlisted personnel retire at an early age. The financial compensation provides the necessary cushion for the retirees, especially during the period in which they seek employment in the civilian job market. The Pakistan military's method for attracting and retaining better quality personnel is to offer them a far more thorough welfare package than is offered in a number of developed countries. The welfare system is futuristic in providing a financial and social security cushion which officers and soldiers may need after retirement. For instance, the housing schemes and the provision of agricultural and urban land are meant to relieve the pressure of finding accommodation or alternative means of living after retirement from active duty. Such amenities, it is believed, increase professional efficiency and contribute to the recruitment and retention of better quality officers. However, there is no evidence to prove this hypothesis. The Pakistani military's welfare system is based on two distinct models, which are explained in the next two subsections. The Fauji Foundation model. The first model is the conservative method of providing health, educational and employment facilities to retired personnel and their dependents. According to this approach, the armed forces raise resources to build facilities for retired personnel. The Fauji Foundation, FF, was built around this concept. The FF uses profit earned from its commercial ventures to build the infrastructure needed to provide healthcare, education, and vocational training for ex-service personnel and their families. The FF runs 276 welfare operations and undertakings, and its primary work includes healthcare and education. In healthcare, The organization runs 11 hospitals, 23 medical centers, 31 fixed dispensaries and 41 mobile dispensaries. Of the FF's current 1.6 billion rupees, 27.58 million US dollars, welfare budget, approximately 0.9 billion rupees, 15.52 million US dollars, is spent on healthcare and 0.7 billion rupees, 12.07 million US dollars, on education. According to the exact figures given by the chairman of the FF, Light General, RTD, Mohammed Amjad, 811 million rupees, 13.98 million US dollars, were spent on healthcare in the financial year 2002-03. These medical facilities entitle armed forces personnel to healthcare in areas not catered for by the existing network of the Army Combined Military Hospitals, CMH, or the hospitals run by the PAF and PN in larger cities and towns. 9. The FF has a parallel infrastructure for education. It runs 90 schools and colleges, with an enrollment of about 40,000 students, plus 9 technical training centers for males, and 66 vocational centers for females, which provide training in sewing and stitching. The chairman claimed that it has trained about 60,527 women, who receive a monthly stipend of 200 rupees, $3.45, during their training. Including these stipends took the FF's spending on education to approximately 0.777 million rupees, 13.4 million US dollars, in the financial year 2002-03. Since its inception in 1953-4, the FF claims to have provided 3 million stipends to trainees, at a cost of approximately 2.12 billion rupees, 36.55 million US dollars. The FF also provides cash grants to the 3 service headquarters, supposedly for welfare expenditure. For instance, in the financial year 2002-03, the organization gave cash grants to the Army GHQ of 18.6 million rupees, 321,000 US dollars, to the Navy HQ of 1.4 million rupees, 24,000 US dollars, and to the Air Force HQ of 1.8 million rupees, 31,000 US dollars. The FF's model of post-retirement benefits is categorized in the literature on social welfare as a participatory form of welfare, since it is operated directly by the beneficiaries, often grouped together as a distinct community. The available literature on welfare recognizes the presence of special interest groups taking responsibility for the welfare of their own members. 10. However, the literature also talks about the representation of the otherwise incommensurable needs of individuals by a relatively small group of people chosen as representatives, or a local elite. The decision-making structure of the FF and other military foundations is highly elitist. Post-retirement benefits are decided exclusively by the military high command, without the participation of the Jawans. Consequently, there is no system of feedback within the military regarding client satisfaction by the personnel for whom the welfare system is intended, and to whom the various packages are offered. Col. RTD, Bakshir Khan claims that the actual beneficiaries of the welfare system are the officers and not the ordinary soldiers. 11. The FF is also a source of re-employment for armed forces personnel. The organization has 12,377 employees, including about 4,618 ex-service personnel. In most cases, individuals are employed on a 3-year contract basis. As in the United States, where financial compensation generates relative lethargy in re-employed military personnel. 12. The retired military personnel in the FF and other military-owned foundations obtain greater leisure mainly by putting in less effort at work. This increases the cost of the foundation's operations substantially. However, the idea behind the foundations is not just to make a profit but to accommodate retired military personnel, in consideration for their welfare. The FF claims to have 9.1 million beneficiaries, a figure that is likely to increase by another 1 million in the next 5 years. These figures, it is further claimed, represent approximately 5% of the total population. According to the governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Dr. Ishrat Hussain, this particular figure represents a substantial portion of the population, and the fact that these welfare foundations provide a social security net for these number of people naturally justifies their commercial ventures. Point 13. The AWT model. The Army Welfare Trust, AWT, follows a different model from the FF. Like the Baraya Foundation, BF, and the Shaheen Foundation, SF, it was formed on the principle of generating profit to buy additional welfare for armed forces personnel, and to provide post-retirement employment for retired personnel. As directed by their governing boards, the three foundations directly provide resources to the relevant service headquarters, to be distributed later among individuals or invested in welfare projects. However, in the absence of transparency, it is difficult to assess the extent of the three foundations' contribution to welfare. The service headquarters do not provide any data about the finances of their welfare activities. This is because foundations established under the Charitable Endowment Act 1890 are exempt from all public sector accountability processes. In any case, a glance at Table 8.2 will show the status of the AWT's contribution to the Army's Welfare and Rehabilitation Directorate Fund from 1992 to 2001. Yet another method of post-retirement compensation is the AWT-controlled Askari Bank's Army Welfare Scheme. Under this scheme, serving and retired officers voluntarily invest money with the bank, which is returned with a dividend after a specified period. There is a minimum investment requirement of 50,000 rupees, $862, and a maximum of 1.5 million rupees, $26,000. The AWT's first head, Major General, RTD, Fahim Haider Rizvi, said that an upper limit for investment was introduced to stop individuals from misusing the facility. The Askari Bank provides high rates of return. In 2003, the scheme paid a dividend of about 9%, which was higher than most national banks or saving schemes. 14. In the past, this figure used to be about 16% with no bar on the amount invested. Apparently, before the limit was introduced, officers borrowed money from public sector banks at lower rates and invested it in the welfare scheme. 15. The investment scheme and credit facilities are accessible to senior officers rather than ordinary soldiers. Compared with the FF and the AWT, there is very little information available on the SF and BF. In 2000, the PAF's SF claimed to have spent about 20% of its annual profit on welfare activities. Its financial turnover for that year was about 600 million rupees, $10.34 million, but that figure gives little indication of the net profit. The SF's other contribution is to provide jobs to approximately 200 PAF officers and airmen. Its reported annual intake of Air Force personnel is 40, including 4 to 5 retired officers and 35 to 40 retired technicians/airmen. 16. Similarly, the AWT provides jobs to approximately 5,000 retired personnel, and the BF to about 100 naval personnel. The role played by these foundations in providing employment to retired personnel was recognized by President Pervez Musharraf. According to Musharraf, there's retired military officers who are the bosses in the foundations, but, again, they generate employment, not only for retired military officers and men, which is essential because military officers retire at a very young age. A major retires at the age of 40-45. Shouldn't he get some employment? And also, much more than the military, it is the civilians that are employed. 17. Thus, these foundations are seen as benefiting a larger community than just armed forces personnel, through establishing industries and businesses and generating employment. Welfare for individuals. The welfare foundations, however, are not the only method of ensuring the long-term well-being of military personnel. As was discussed at length in chapters 6 and 7, the military uses various methods to benefit the members of its fraternity. The two critical areas are grants of urban and rural land, and creating employment opportunities for ex-service staff other than through the foundations. As was mentioned in Chapter 7, the armed forces have acquired millions of acres of agricultural and urban land, which they distribute among their members. While the distribution of urban land is limited to the officer cadre, rural land is provided to officers and soldiers alike at highly subsidized prices. Agricultural land, as mentioned in Chapter 7, is provided at a very cheap rate of 20 to 60 rupees, US dollar 0.34, 1.03, per acre. The distribution of land follows an approach initially instituted by the British, who gave land to those joining military service to secure their loyalty. The colonial power was sensitive to building the local soldiers' stakes in the security of the British Empire. Young argues that it was in the soldiers' homes and villages, and not in the regiments, that the loyalty of the army was often won or lost. 18 The process of buying loyalty included keeping the soldiers and their dependents content. This contentment was necessary for insulating these people from external political influences. 19 So welfare was an essential tool for strengthening the professional ethos in the British Indian Army. The British authorities realized that when all is said and done, the men work for the monthly wage, the other pecuniary wages and the pension. 20 Pakistan's military continued with this policy to retain the loyalty of its men. In fact, these perks and privileges, especially the land grant, are a major inducement for personnel to join and remain in the armed forces. The higher the rank, the more privileges are received. Promotion in the armed forces, however, is pegged to better performance in staff courses and work in general. The defense establishment also takes care of its members after they leave service by providing at least some of them with post-retirement employment. Successive military regimes have given retired personnel positions in the civil service. The Welfare and Rehabilitation Directorates in each service headquarters organize employment for retired members. The directorates have the advantage of being able to find opportunities in the civil service. The military's share of civilian public sector jobs is specified under the Establishment Code, popularly known as ESTA Code, of the federal government. According to Serial NOS 125, 126, 127, 130 and 131 of Chapter 2 of the Code, 50% of the vacancies in Basic Pay Scale, BPS, grades 1 to 3 and in BPS 4 for staff car drivers and dispatch riders are to be given to retired military officials. In addition, the military was granted a quota of 10% of civil service positions at grade BPS 17 and above. During Zia-ul-Haq's regime, the government agreed to reserve 10% of all public sector vacancies for former members of the armed forces. In an interview in October 2003, the head of the Armed Forces Services Board, Brig. RTD, Zahid Zaman, strongly objected to complaints that the military was edging out civil bureaucrats from their jobs. According to him, retired military personnel only occupy about 2% of available public sector jobs, which is far below the specified quota. 21 In any case, finding post-retirement employment is not a huge problem, especially considering the political clout of Pakistan's armed forces. With the strengthening of the armed forces in the country's power politics, defense service is one of the most sought-after careers in Pakistani society, especially for the lower middle class. Private entrepreneurs are happy to give employment to retired military personnel to boost their business opportunities. According to Kaisar Bengali, private entrepreneurs use these personnel to benefit from the military's clout in government. 22 Even political parties seek out armed forces personnel to develop ties with the military. The opportunities are further enhanced under direct military rule or military-led regimes. For instance, General Musharraf's regime has been accused of increasing the intake of retired and serving military officers in all segments of the government and the public sector. Islamabad inducted over 1,200 armed forces personnel into middle and senior management positions, and about 2,000 NCOs and ORs at lower levels in government departments. In addition, the welfare directorates in the three service headquarters serve as focal points for helping retired personnel to find jobs in the private sector. The Armed Forces Services Board also helps in finding jobs for retired personnel. The political geography of military welfare. The military welfare system, however, creates its own set of problems. The most prominent issue relates to the politics of the distribution of military welfare. Military welfare resources are seen as contributing to the existing imbalance of resources between the various provinces. The smaller provinces complain about the dominance of the Punjab province over other provinces, especially since 75% of the armed forces are from the Punjab. The frustration of the smaller provinces increases because of the Punjab's 50% quota in the civil service, which is the largest share of any single feed rating unit of the state. Although 3 out of 22 cabinets have been headed by prime ministers from Sindh and 1 from Baluchistan, the general perception is that given the influence of the state bureaucracy, both civil and military, the smaller provinces have not received fair treatment and have no share in the distribution of resources or the country's decision-making. The welfare funds are naturally invested in the largest province, as is obvious from figure 8.1. According to the data given in this chart, the Punjab provides a sizable majority of JCOs and other ranks, ORs. It is followed by the NWFP, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, Sindh and the northern areas, popularly known as tribal areas. Baluchistan, which is politically the most turbulent, has the least share in the armed forces. However, the data given in figure 8.2 presents a slightly different balance. The greater share of Sindhi officers shown here does not mean that these are all ethnic Sindhis. It refers to the induction of new Sindhis, or migrants from Muslim minority provinces in India, popularly known as Muhajirs, most of whom settled in Sindh. General Pervez Musharraf, and previously General Mirza Aslam Beg, and other national leaders came from the migrant community. The Punjab's greater share of military employment also does not mean that the jobs are equally spread across all regions of the province. A glance at figures 8.3 and 8.4 will show that military recruitment is concentrated in certain parts of the Punjab and the frontier provinces. The area known as the Salt Range serves as the breeding ground of the present-day armed forces. These figures are endorsed by Stephen Cohen's research. According to the author of The Idea of Pakistan, approximately 75% of the army is drawn from 3 districts of the Punjab and 2 districts of the NWFP. 23 The military's recruitment pattern follows the British tradition of procuring personnel from certain key areas. The concentration of ex-servicemen in Sindh, on the other hand, is in 2 districts, Karachi and Hyderabad, see figure 8.5. The share of each province reflects the socio-political structure of the state and society. Since Pakistan's society is traditional, social mobility is low and familial ties are strong, hence the majority of personnel are drawn from specific areas. Welfare funds are also invested in areas from where the military is recruited. Approximately 72% of the welfare budget is invested in the Punjab, 13.21% in the NWFP, 2.64% in Sindh, 18% in Baluchistan, 8.92% in Azad Kashmir and 2.87% in the northern areas. This data mainly refers to the FF's welfare budget. 24. A look at Map 1 will further elaborate the fact that the bulk of the businesses conducted by the 4 welfare foundations are concentrated in the Punjab. The concentration of the military's business projects in the Punjab is also because of the availability of a relatively better infrastructure. Except for the BF's operations, which are naturally placed in Sindh because it contains the coastal city of Karachi, and some agri-based industries of the FF and AWT, most of the industrial and business projects are located in the largest province of the country. This naturally increases the bitterness of the smaller provinces. Unfortunately, there is no mechanism available to eradicate the larger problem of the ethnic imbalance of the armed forces, which lies at the heart of the inequitable distribution of welfare resources. Map 1 Placement of Welfare Foundation Businesses. The military's well-structured welfare system for its serving and retired personnel and their dependents is the envy of most civilians, who do not get similar opportunities. In particular, The re-employment opportunities provide great relief to ex-service personnel in a country that suffers from a high unemployment rate. The military's welfare system in Pakistan is enviable both inside the country and outside it, especially in most developing states which lack such a robust welfare system for their armed forces personnel or other citizens. Working on the principle of taking care of its personnel from cradle to grave, Pakistan's military, unlike most others, provides a number of schemes such as urban housing, rural and agricultural properties, re-employment in the civil service and other public sector institutions, and a system of health and education for the dependents of military personnel. These perks and privileges are in addition to the pension paid to retiring officers and soldiers. The benefits of the welfare system, however, are concentrated on the upper echelon of the armed forces, and this results in the vested interests that were discussed in the previous 3 chapters. The system might serve the interests of armed forces personnel and help the organization retain better quality staff, but it has substantial socio-political costs, in terms of exacerbating the tension between the Punjab and the smaller provinces. Most of the welfare funds are reinvested in the larger province. However, this discrepancy is part of a larger structural flaw whereby the Punjab is overrepresented in the military and civil bureaucracy. Since the state's bureaucracy dominates decision-making, this results in greater frustration for the ethnic population of the smaller provinces. Therefore, people who claim that the military's welfare system does a service to the nation by taking good care of a certain segment of the population and being well run also need to look at its larger cost. The welfare system, or the set of perks and privileges provided to the armed forces, is part of the greater distributive injustice that the country suffers from. 9. The cost of milbus. Whether the military should be involved in commercial activities and allowed to develop serious economic interests is an important question. The military's direct involvement in money-making activities has significant financial and socio-political costs, because the profit-making role is dependent on the armed forces' preferential access to decision-making, and this is detrimental for creating a free market economic environment. The previous 5 chapters have described and evaluated the structure and growth of the Pakistan military's economic empire and its political might. Since its formal inception in 1954, milbus has grown exponentially. It is a segment of the military's economy which is largely hidden from the public and not subject to the government's accountability procedures. Moreover, it serves the interests of a select group of people. A combination of these 2 features of milbus makes this capital inherently illegal. As has been proved in the case of Pakistan, an increase in the military's economic activities is directly proportional to its political power. The generals justify milbus as a contribution to national socio-economic development and as part of the organization's welfare system for armed forces personnel. However, it will be argued in this chapter that the economic efficiency of the various military-controlled foundations is questionable. The fact is that many of these economic operations pose a burden on the defense budget and the larger national budget, because they use state resources or divert money from the defense budget to finance deficits. Moreover, the military's internal economy has huge opportunity costs, such as encouraging crony capitalism and hampering the growth of a free market economy. The cost of economic inefficiency. The military's commercial ventures, especially the Army Welfare Trust, AWT, and some operations of the Shaheen Foundation, SF, the Fauji Foundation, FF, and the Frontier Works Organization, FWO, are not cost-efficient. This assessment is based on available financial data for these ventures for the period from 1998 to 2001, and audit reports of the government which have established the fact that resources continuously leak from the government's treasury to these companies, although they are supposed to operate in the private sector. Given the lack of transparency of the military-controlled companies, it was not possible to access updated financial information. From a technical/legal standpoint, the welfare foundations are not liable to provide information regarding their operations to the public. Since the four foundations were established under the Charitable Endowment Act 1890 or the Societies Registration Act 1860 as private entities, the accounts of these foundations are not audited by the government's prime accounting agency, the Auditor General of Pakistan. However, some audit objections were raised as a result of the audit of the defense forces, whose financial and other resources were used by the commercial ventures. The available data sought from the AWTHQs does not present a rosy picture. Army Welfare Trust, a financial assessment. The AWT was established in 1971 with an initial investment of 700,000 rupees, $12,000. Starting with stakes in agriculture and a few other projects, the foundation's operations expanded into almost all significant sectors of the economy, resulting in a balance sheet of 17.45 billion rupees, $300.86 million, by the end of the financial year 2001. The foundation's 31 projects in agriculture, manufacturing, and the service sector, all three major sectors of the economy, are described as fully owned projects and registered companies. AWT also has stakes in the financial and non-financial sectors. In 1996 the company expanded into the cement and pharmaceutical sectors, with two fully owned projects, the Nizampur Cement Project, Ankh, near Rawalpindi and a pharmaceuticals factory near Lahore. Subsequently, in 1997, it acquired another cement unit near Rawalpindi, Askari Cement Ltd, ACL. This cement factory was one of those sold by the government as part of its privatization policy. The AWT raised loans to purchase and set up these industrial units. In 1997, it further invested in a Line 2 at Ankh, which until then had been losing money. This additional cement production facility was meant to bolster the overall production capacity of the unit. These investments, amounting to approximately 8 billion rupees, $137.93 million, were financed through international loans. As a result, the AWT faced its worst liquidity shortfall in 1996. After it had made these investments, 39% of its cash outflows each year were required to finance its debt repayment. Actually, the company used two methods for raising additional debt financing. The financing requirements were initially met by Term Finance Certificate, TFC, financing arrangements of $100 million, which were subsequently converted into a rupee syndicated debt financing facility by the National Bank of Pakistan, NBP. Under this arrangement, a loan in US dollars was raised from the international market and an arrangement for its return was made through seeking a financial guarantee or raising another loan in rupees through the National Bank. Additional financing was obtained from financial institutions to finance these investments. As a result, the AWT's long-term debt rose from 3.12 billion rupees, $53.79 million in 1997 to 12.9 billion rupees, $222.41 million in 1998. Despite the fact that the AWT gets financial help from the Army GHQ and the government, its financial consultants, KPMG, did not find its performance impressive. By the end of the calendar year 2001, it had accumulated a huge deficit of 15 billion rupees, $258.62 million. A newspaper report indicates that these dire straits were caused by poor management. 1 By 2001, the state of affairs at the AWT had deteriorated to the extent that it was forced to ask the government for 5.4 billion rupees, $93.10 million, to ensure its financial survival. This was not the first time the company had sought the government's help. The AWT asked for a financial bailout worth 5 billion rupees, $86.21 million in 1997, and was given relief worth 2 billion rupees, $34.48 million, from the National Exchequer by the Sharif government on the understanding between the political government and the Army's High Command that it would change its management and improve its working. Even in 1997, The foundation was a white elephant which, as the then Commerce Minister, Ishaq Dar, claimed, could not pay its old liabilities. 2. A bailout was once again requested from the Sharif regime in February 1999. The Ministry of Finance referred the matter to the Parliament's Cabinet Committee of Economic Affairs, ECC, with the request that it approve a guarantee of 2.5 billion rupees, $43.10 million, which would be used to redeem the earlier guarantee of 4 billion rupees, $68.96 million. The AWT had sought a fresh loan to pay off part of the earlier financial liability. A fresh financial guarantee was sought from the government despite the fact that the AWF was declared to be a private sector entity which could not get financial aid from the government, which was not responsible for its debt repayment. Like most private sector companies or individual loan defaulters, the AWF borrowed from local national and private banks, and the international financial market. Approximately, 6.5 billion rupees, $112.06 million, out of the total 15 billion rupees, $258.62 million, deficit was borrowed from the NBP, Allied Bank Ltd, ABL, and ABN AMRO, against official guarantees. In addition, AWT owed 1.5 billion rupees, $25.86 million, to a foreign financial company, Lathe Ltd, which had filed a recovery suit against it in the United Kingdom. 3. There are two plausible explanations for the civilian government's decision to provide the financial bailout. First, the financial guarantees were meant to improve relations between the Sharif government and the army. Given the political track record of civilian governments in the 1990s, which only served for an average duration of 2 years, the Sharif regime wanted to get the military behind it, since it was one of the important pillars of political power in the country. Since 1977, the army had emerged as a political force to be reckoned with. According to Dar, Sharif's Commerce Minister, General Musharraf, who was then the army chief, called him to seek help for the AWT in 1998. The government was keen not to overly antagonize the military. Second, the case for bailing out AWT was presented to the government as an issue of protecting the investment of thousands of ex-service employees and their dependents. The potential victims of non-action by the government were widows and orphans. This was effective in blackmailing the government into financing the inefficiencies of the AWT. Despite the AWT's obvious inefficiencies, the Ministry of Finance agreed to provide conditional help to the company. In return, it required it to replace ex-service personnel with professional managers, sell its commercial plazas by the end of 1999 and June 2000, accept closer monitoring of its activities by the Ministry of Finance, seek clearance for its future ventures from the Ministry of Finance. Reports also indicate that the top management of the AWT met officials from the ministry in 1999 and agreed on the following steps. Sell its 2 commercial plazas in Rawalpindi and Karachi. Sell 50% of its stakes in cement manufacturing. Sell 50% of its shares in the pharmaceutical plant. Lease commercial land transferred from the GHQ after undertaking some development work on the land. Enhance GHQ's existing equity of 4 billion rupees, $68.96 million, through an injection of 500 million rupees, $8.62 million. 5. The financial consultants, KPMG, also advised the AWT management to sell some commercial land in Karachi which had been given to it by the army. Interestingly, neither KPMG nor the Ministry of Finance questioned the legal basis for the foundation leasing out or disposing of government land. It must be mentioned that the land controlled by the army is not its property. Rather, the federal government or one of the 4 provincial governments has ownership of the land, which makes the sale illegal and against the public interest. Furthermore, no private company can sell or lease government property, a misplaced prerogative enjoyed by the AWT because of its association with the army. Post-1999, the company's financial situation remained the same. The only suggestion by KPMG that was complied with was the sale of the commercial plazas. According to the AWT's accounts closing in June 2001, the cumulative losses resulted in a negative equity of 5.29 billion rupees, $91.21 million. It had debts of 8.75 billion rupees, $150.86 million, mainly owed to the NBP and ABL. In 2001 the accumulated losses of AWT crossed 8 billion rupees, $137.9 million, primarily for the reasons identified above. The total revenue of the AWT group of companies was less than its financial charges for 2001, of approximately 2.74 billion rupees, $46.55 million. So despite carrying a diversified portfolio of investments, the AWT could only earn a profit of 3.84% of total turnover in 2001. It was also apparent that the second method described above for making the 8 billion rupees, $137.93 million, investment in the ONC for establishing Line 2 had been highly questionable because the AWT had raised a loan from the financial market and shown it as equity. In this case, debt was turned to equity through a complex and dubious method of treating the funds as a bridge loan. Moreover, the AWT management also raised an equal amount from the Army Welfare Scheme for investment in the cement project. 6 However, the cement projects had failed to become profitable largely because of the poor performance of the entire cement sector. The situation did not improve until the international community announced its plans for reconstructing Afghanistan after September 11, increasing the international demand for cement. According to the company's balance sheet, the AWT had invested approximately 14 billion rupees, $241.37 million, in various projects and associated companies. However, about 93% of the total investments, amounting to 14 billion rupees, $241.37 million, were stuck-up funds that could not generate returns. The details of AWT's stagnant investments in 2001 are given in Table 9.1. Because of the high cost of debt repayment, which amounted to approximately 2.74 billion rupees, $47.24 million, for 2001, the AWT was forced to sell its commercial plaza in Rawalpindi in 2002 for about 650 million rupees, $11.21 million. Its cement manufacturing and other projects generated around 41.6 million rupees, $720,000, which was insufficient to meet expenses and repay its debt. By selling the plazas, the management lost a considerable favorable cash flow which they had enjoyed for the previous 8 years, approximately 588.5 million rupees, $10.15 million, on an average annual turnover of 1.811 billion rupees, $31.22 million. Return on assets. The 3 projects mentioned above were also instrumental in wiping off the company's profits. AWT's managers unwisely ventured into operations that were too competitive or demanded different kinds of expertise than the company could offer. Overall, manufacturing has done more poorly than agriculture or the service sector. Table 9.2 shows the percentage return on assets in the 3 sectors where the foundation has invested resources. 7. This shows a relatively better and more efficient performance in agriculture, followed by the services sector. The growth trend in both these sectors was consistently positive. The operating efficiency in the manufacturing sector was least impressive, resulting in continuous losses that affected the overall financial condition of the AWT. The losses occurred because of both poor investment decisions and poor management. The data of return on fixed assets present a similar picture, see Table 9.3.8. Here, the performance of the agricultural sector is again relatively better than other areas of activity. The return of the manufacturing sector declined drastically from 54% in 1996 to -25% in 2001, in spite of the fact that the fixed assets are reported at their written down values. Table 9.1 AWT Stagnant Investments, 2001. Rs billion. US $million. Army Welfare Nizampur Cement Project. 5.8. 100. Army Welfare Pharmaceutical. 3.4. 58.62. Askari Cement Limited, Non-Project Investment. 3.9. 67.24. Total. 13.1. 225.86. Table 9.2 AWT's percentage return on total assets by sector. Table 9.3 AWT's percentage return on fixed assets by sector. Return on capital employed. The poor performance of the manufacturing sector can also be gauged from the comparison of return on capital employed. 9. This performance raises concerns regarding the company's solvency. The situation did not improve despite the relatively better performance of the agriculture and service sectors, see Table 9.4. Return on equity. The return on equity 10 for the agricultural sector was also better than the other two sectors. The service sector was trailing behind, but doing better than manufacturing. The cumulative losses of the manufacturing sector absorbed most of the stakeholders' investment capital, see Table 9.5. A comparison between the manufacturing and financial sectors shows similar results. Table 9.6 indicates a relatively better performance for associate ventures such as the Askari Commercial Bank, Askari General Insurance and Askari Leasing. Projects such as cement, which has been discussed at length, and mobile Askari lubricants indicate poor investment decisions. Askari Leasing's return on equity was equally unimpressive. Table 9.4 AWT's percentage return on capital employed by sector. Table 9.5 AWT's percentage return on equity by sector. Keeping in view the poor performance of the manufacturing sector, KPMG advised the company to carry out a major overhaul of this area of activity, with drastic changes in management, infrastructure, and financial arrangements. However, there is no evidence of any major changes in the functioning of the poor-performing projects in 2001, see Table 9.7, which implies that the AWT did not adhere to the advice of its financial consultants. Table 9.7 lists the comparative performance of AWT's fully owned projects. Besides manufacturing, which is clearly not its strength, the foundation also lost money in ventures such as its travel agency, commercial markets, commercial enterprises, and real estate. The maximum profit, on the other hand, was generated in real estate and agriculture. Real estate, in any case, is one of the major profit-earning sectors in the country, especially after September 11. This is because of the flow of capital from expatriate Pakistanis, and from other Muslim states. It is not even surprising to see smaller ventures like the Blue Lagoon restaurant making money. Located near the GHQ in Rawalpindi, the restaurant gets a lot of business from the army. Similarly, the hosiery and woolen mill projects depend on contracts from the armed forces. Surprisingly, the AWT was unable to take advantage of its financial backing from the Army GHQ and its military connections to improve its commercial position. Although the company's management and members of the military fraternity shirk from admitting that these companies receive any undeserved perks, the reality proves otherwise. As was discussed earlier, the AWT received financial bailouts from the government to cover its poor investment decisions. This and the other military foundations pose a financial burden on the public sector, a fact that is usually hidden. Over the years, the line between the public and private sector spending has grown fuzzy because of the lack of transparency and accountability. There are disturbing reports of the military's commercial subsidiaries using state resources. For instance, AWT's Askari Aviation has used resources of the Army Aviation Wing, like helicopters and pilots, to meet demand. 11 This was confirmed by Askari Aviation's director, Brig. RTD, Bashir Bez. The director boasted about his ability to deploy the Army's helicopters in times of greater demand by clients. 12 The Auditor General's special report for the financial year 2001-02 discussed the manner in which Askari Aviation not only used the service's helicopters, which were public property, but also did not honor its contractual obligation to deposit 21.463 million rupees, $0.37 million of sales proceeds, fuel charges, and other expenses it owed to the government for using Army helicopters for commercial purposes. 13. Table 9.6 Comparison of the performance of AWT subsidiaries and associates. Table 9.7 Profit/loss of AWT projects, 2001. Project. Rs million. US $million. Army Welfare Sugar Mills, Bhutan. Minus 31.1. Minus 0.536. Army Welfare Cement, Nizampur. Minus 582.341. Minus 10.04. Army Welfare Shoe Project. Minus 1.805. Minus 31.12. Army Welfare Woolen Mills, Lahore. 1.472. 25.38. Army Welfare Hosiery Project. 0.314. 0.0054. Army Welfare Rice Mills, Lahore. 0.166. 0.003. Army Stud Farm, Prabinabad. 22.435. 0.387. Army Stud Farm, Boilgunj. 26.454. 0.456. Army Farm, Rock Bakanth. 11.121. 0.192. Army Farm, Koski. 0.217. 0.004. Real Estate, Lahore. 0.166. 0.003. Real Estate, Rawalpindi. 39.662. 0.684. Real Estate, Karachi. 25.036. 0.432. Real Estate, Peshawar. Minus 1.178. Minus 0.02. AWT Plaza, Rawalpindi. 17.219. 0.296. Blue Lagoon, Rawalpindi. 11.696. 0.202. Al Ghazi Travel. 1.083. 0.0186. Services Travel, Rawalpindi. Minus 1.005. Minus 0.017. Liaison Office, Karachi. Minus 4.783. Minus 0.082. Liaison Office, Lahore. Minus 1.364. Minus 0.24. Askari Pharmaceuticals. Minus 529.591. Minus 9.131. AWT Commercial Market Project. Minus 1.364. Minus 0.024. Askari Commercial Enterprises. Minus 2.921. Minus 0.05. The AWT's financial conditions are far more problematic than those of the other military foundations and companies, and these have not improved despite the claim made by some generals that the military-controlled companies are far more efficient than their civilian counterparts. Most of the senior officers do not consider that the fact the businesses are run by military personnel, who have no prior experience of the private sector, is the reason behind the AWT's financial losses. Major General Jamsheed Ayaz Khan, for instance, claimed that the operations cannot go wrong because while the company's top management is military, it is mainly the civilian experts that are responsible for operational planning and control. 14 This claim, however, is not borne out by the accounts of the AWT, or of the FF, which is evaluated in the next section. Fauji Foundation. The FF has been considered a better performer than the AWT or the other two foundations. Although this segment tries to analyze the financial health of the FF, the evaluation is not as detailed as that of the AWT because of a dearth of data. Established in 1953/54 with 18 million rupees, $310,000 in capital, the FF currently has capital of 43.32 billion rupees, $746.89 million. However, a profit and loss statement for 12 out of the foundation's total of 24 projects shows mixed results, see Table 9.8. Clearly, 4 of these 12 projects were not making money in 2001. All 3 of the company's sugar manufacturing plants showed a loss, totaling 58.424 million rupees, $1.007 million. Another newspaper report indicated that the 3 sugar mills and the sugarcane experimental and seed multiplication farm were running an annual loss of 1 billion rupees, $17.24 million. Point 15. This explains why the management decided to dispose of the sugar mill at Koski, Sindh. 2 issues are worth attention as far as the performance of FF's sugar production units is concerned. The first relates to the efficiency of the 3 manufacturing units. The fact that these units were running at a loss in a sugarcane growing and sugar manufacturing area indicates poor management. The inefficiency of the company's sugar mills was admitted by one of the retired employees of the Fauji Foundation. According to Brig. Rtd. Sher Khan, who had served as Director Technical, Sugar, at the FF headquarters for 5 years, the units lost money because of poor standards of accountability, which led the management to engage in corruption and thus compromise the company's interests. He further described the behavior of the mill's top bosses as public sector-like and insensitive to the larger interests of the organization. 16. It must be noted that most public sector industrial or business organizations in Pakistan are known for inefficiency and corruption. Khan also added that he had occasionally raised the issue with the FF bosses but with no consequences. Table 9.8 Profit/loss of Fauji Foundation Projects, 2001. Project. Rs million. US $million. Fauji Sugar Mills, Tando Mohammad Khan. Loss. Fauji Sugar Mills, Koski. Loss. Fauji Sugar Mills, Sangla Hill. Loss. Net loss. Minus 58.424. Minus 1.007. Fauji Sugarcane Experimental and Seed Multiplication Farm. 10.258. 0.177. Fauji Cereals. 9.226. 0.159. Fauji Corn Complex. 22.78. 0.393. Fauji Polypropylene Products. Minus 16.273. Minus 0.281. Foundation Gas. 143.071. 2.467. Fauji Securities Services. 7.634. 0.132. FF Institute of Management and Computer Sciences. 2.645. 0.045. NIC Project. 11.865. 0.205. Foundation Medical College. 3.992. 0.069. Second, there is the tricky matter of accountability in the sale of the sugar mill at Koski. In early 2005, this mill was sold for 300 million rupees, $5.172 million, despite a higher bid having been received of 0.387 million rupees, $6.672 million. The Senate's Parliamentary Committee for Defense questioned the sale, as the unit was sold at an undervalued price. The Parliamentary Secretary for Defense, Tanveer Hussain, admitted the sale at a lower price. Despite this confession, the head of the FF, Light General, RTD, Syed Mohammad Amjad, refused to appear before the parliamentary committee. Instead, he adopted a confrontational path by putting advertisements in national dailies, dismissing allegations of any financial mismanagement. This was clearly a breach of the privilege of the parliamentary committee. In fact, during an interview, Umjid claimed that the foundation has shown a growth of 50%. Show me one more organization that has progressed so much. 17. Despite this lack of compliance to the parliament, the MOD refused to compel Umjid to appear before the committee. 18. The serving generals are never keen to hold one of their own kind accountable, especially Umjid, who had thus far enjoyed the reputation among his peers of being a clean general. He and his organization had both been considered above board. I conducted 4 interviews with Umjid during the course of this research, and he seemed to me sadly burdened by a sense of self-righteousness, which led him to criticize all institutions except the armed forces. He even challenged the right of Pakistan's political and civil societies to question the military. According to him, no one has the moral authority to question the military or run the country. Are the politicians trained for their job? 19. The fact is that the elected representatives do not have the power to hold retired military officers accountable, because of the weakness of political institutions and the ineptness of the political leadership. Despite Umjid's overconfidence, it is impossible to ignore the blatant fact that the FF's manufacturing unit was undersold and that there were issues of governance regarding the management of this and other FF sugar mills. A former FF employee, Sher Khan, for instance, claimed that one of the other FF sugar mills at Tando Mohammed Khan, which was also losing money, had been upgraded by increasing its production capacity to 4,000 tons in the early 1990s at huge expense. However, the venture had large costs, was troublesome, and did not reap the desired financial benefits. 20. Other FF projects, such as the Fauji Kabirwala Power Company in the Punjab, also encountered problems, as are obvious from its debt-to-equity ratio for 5 years, see Table 9.9. Point 21. In 1998 the debt-to-equity ratio was 2.96, which is an alarming situation and indicates unsatisfactory performance. This ratio became worse in the following 3 years, but improved slightly in 2002 when it reached 2.21. Similarly, the net profit to total assets ratio given in Table 9.10 indicates a low return on investment. The situation deteriorated in the 3 years from 2000 to 2002. A calculation of the 2002 ratio of the project shows that it was not generating sufficient profit to even pay off its short-term liabilities. 22. As a result, the current liabilities of the FF during the period from 1998 to 2000, as given in Table 9.11, were higher than its current assets. This also had a negative impact on its profit and loss statement. Although the situation seems to have improved slightly since 2001, the FF's assets to liabilities ratio did not improve substantially. In 2002, it had the capacity to pay 1.45 rupees, US $0.025, for every rupee of liability. In 2001, the cement factory was also reported to be running at an annual loss of 200 million rupees, $3.45 million US. 23. The financial position of the cement factory could be attributed to the general slump in the cement market, which has led to losses for other manufacturers as well. The reason for reporting this particular loss is basically to highlight the fact that contrary to the general impression given by the FF's management that the foundation is a high performer, it faces financial problems as a result of poor decisions and, at times, market conditions. The Fauji Foundation's mainstay, however, is its fertilizer manufacturing plants. Since the FF was one of the first companies to enter the fertilizer market and has sufficient clout to manipulate the market, it has emerged as the biggest player in the field, with a share of 60% of the Pakistani fertilizer market. 24. This huge market share allows the FF to manipulate fertilizer supply and prices. Its management, however, has been unable to capitalize on this advantage because of poor investment decisions. For instance, the diversion of 1 billion rupees of the Fauji Fertilizer Company's, FFC's, Equity to finance the troublesome Fauji Jordan Fertilizer Company, FJFC, wiped out the FF's overall profits. The FFC, it must be noted, is the key profit earner for the company. Table 9.9 Debt to Equity Ratio, Fauji Kabirwala Power Company. Year. Total debts Rs. Total equity Rs. Ratio. 1998. 4,630,339,647. 1,566,744,540. 2.96. 1999. 6,152,471,538. 1,788,950,150. 3.44. 2000. 6,721,437,644. 1,818,108,451. 3.70. 2001. 8,186,516,809. 2,635,409,004. 3.11. 2002. 6,962,321,872. 3,146,791,902. 2.21. Table 9.10 Net profit as a percentage of total assets for FF projects. Year. Net profit Rs. Total assets Rs. Percentage profit/assets. 2000. 29,158,301. 8,539,546,095. 0.34. 2001. 81,730,053. 10,821,925,813. 0.76. 2002. 95,682,043. 10,556,351,312. 0.91. Table 9.11 Current ratio of liabilities to assets for FF projects. Year. Current assets Rs. Current liabilities Rs. Ratio. 1998. 280,760,097. 1,130,271,414. 0.24840006. 1999. 146,549,978. 1,180,486,900. 0.1241436672. 2000. 926,543,679. 1,154,255,411. 0.802719,805. 2001. 2,344,497,260. 1,813,138,195. 1.293060433. 2002. 2,797,939,792. 1,923,531,921. 1.4545845539. Considering the poor performance of FJFC, financial analyst Farooq Salim considers it was not a good decision to use the FFC equity to heavily subsidize this problematic operation. 25 The FJFC, which is a joint venture of FFC, 30%er, the FF, 10%er, Jordan Phosphate Mines Co. 10.36%, PAC Kuwait Investment Co. 6.33%, Foreign Private Placement, 24.72%, Local Private Placement, 4.92%, General Public and National Investment Trust, 8.58%, and Commonwealth Development Corp. 5.09%, secured for foreign currency loans. This comprised $30 million from the Canadian Export Development Corp., $53 million from Creditanstalt für Wiederaufbau of Germany, $57 million from a consortium of French banks, and a $40 million facility from the Export-Import Bank of the United States. 26 The money was used to purchase a second-hand ammonia plant from the United States, worth $370 million. This did not turn out to be a wise investment. In 2001, FJFC stock fell by 21.1% within 13 weeks. 27 Table 9.12 shows the poor operating profit margin of the unit for the financial year 2001-02. The upward trend in the profit margin for 2002 cannot be considered a major improvement. Given this performance, the Army Chief, Pervez Musharraf, asked FF to improve the profitability of several projects and units which were operating below PAR 28. This advice was given along with financial help from the government. The government's economic survey shows that since 2003 the FF was consistently subsidized to the tune of over 1 billion rupees, $17.24 million, annually. No other private sector organization has been provided with help in the form of loans and financial guarantees like the FF. 29. The FF's top boss did not confess to any mismanagement or poor performance of the company's projects despite the clear evidence of the financial record. General Amjad in fact defended the military's decision to establish the business ventures, which in his opinion were doing better than most public sector ventures and even some private sector businesses. He also ruled out the possibility of the foundations using their connection with the military to gain business opportunities, or imposing a financial burden on the government. During several discussions on the issue of military's internal economy, the chairman of the FF was not inclined to consider the FJFC issue, or the performance of the AWT. Despite that the AWT is generally known as a bad performer, the general tried to defend FF's sister concern in the same breath as his own organization. Amjad, like other beneficiaries of military's commercialism, is not willing to consider the possibility that these commercial ventures have a negative outcome, since he views them from the prism of the armed forces' contribution to development. Table 9.12 Fauji Jordan Fertilizer Company Operating Profit Margin. Year. Net operating income Rs. 0.000. Net sales Rs. 0.000. Operating profit margin. 2000. Minus 970,632. 6,068,778. Minus 0.159939. 2001. Minus 661,985. 6,246,229. Minus 0.105982. 2002. 450,997. 3,964,326. 0.113769. Source: FJFC Annual Accounts, 2000, 2001 and 2002. Shaheen Foundation. There is very little information available on the smaller companies such as those of the SF and the BF. The lack of information is mainly because most of the business operations of the SF and the BF are not listed on the stock exchange. Therefore this analysis is restricted to SF's airline venture, the only project about which some information is available in the public domain. According to the airline's balance sheet, Shaheen Air International, SI, lost about 60 million rupees, $1.034 million, from December 1999 to May 2000. This was in addition to 70 million rupees, $1.207 million it owed the Civil Aviation Authority for services provided during this period. The situation in the initial days of the airline's operations during the early 1990s was even worse. An airline industry expert, Salim Altaf, was of the view that SI was losing money because it provided such highly discounted fares to retired and serving military officers. The discounted fares added to the high operational costs of the airline, which also had to pay for the wet lease of its 3 aircraft. This involves hiring the aircraft along with its crew. Such a limited number of aircraft does not allow an airline to recover its sunk costs, invested in fixed assets and operations in general. In SI's case, it ran into the problem of increased cost and limited revenue. The discount facility mentioned above ate into its revenue generation capacity. The airline lost out because of its poor business sense. Its operational costs had increased for the reasons mentioned earlier. The management continued to undertake capital investment without a proportional increase in revenue. The airline had acquired 6 aircraft by the time it stopped operations in 2004. Despite the perception that Air Force officers could run an airline, the SF's management could not sustain the venture. SI was sold to private entrepreneurs Khalid Sebeh and Pervez Ali Khan, along with the airline's financial liabilities of 1.5 billion rupees, $25.86 million. Reportedly, they paid 30 million rupees, $517,000, on April 8, 2004 as part of the agreed price of 600 million rupees, $10.34 million, .30. The airline had to be sold because it was in dire straits despite the fact that it constantly used public resources without compensating the government. The special audit report of the PAF bases at Peshawar, Kohat, Mianwali, and Rafiki, Karachi, for the financial year 2001/02 mentions that the airline was unable to pay 8.114 million rupees, $0.139 million, for the period 2001/02 in parking charges. The payment was deferred since SI pleaded that being an infant airline it could not afford these charges. 31 The auditors expressed astonishment that the airline was incurring losses despite the indirect and unauthorized input by the PAF. Similarly, Shaheen Airport Services, which is considered a lucrative venture, did not pay rent amounting to 5.928 million rupees, $102,000, for official buildings it occupied for its business operations. 32. Resource pilferage. The SI's misuse of official resources is not the only financial burden. Over many years past the state seems to have lost money as a result of the military's appropriation of urban and rural land for distribution amongst military personnel. As was argued in Chapter 7, the senior generals justified their real estate appropriation on the basis of colonial traditions and the welfare of military personnel. While agricultural land was distributed among ordinary soldiers as well, urban property was reserved for the officer cadre. This redistribution of land has turned the military into one of the dominant players in the real estate business. The land acquisition provides the senior officers, in particular, with the ability to capitalize on their authority to generate money for personal affluence. The generals use the power of the armed forces to acquire land at little or no personal cost. The trend in land acquisition seems to have increased proportionately to the political influence of the armed forces, their intervention in governance, during both direct military and civilian rule, and the weakness of the government. The military's stake in real estate is worth billions of dollars. The defense establishment's interests in land derive from 2 kinds of operation: appropriation of land for individual members, and conversion of state land from defense to commercial purposes, with the military retaining the rent proceeds without any accountability. As was explained in Chapter 7, because it has flouted legal procedures, rules, and regulations in order to distribute privileges for personnel on the basis of influence, the entire concept of the land distribution is highly kleptocratic. The state could have sold or leased out the land itself, to generate funds for its own use or for the larger benefit of the public. The conversion of state land from defense to commercial purposes has in fact increased during the Musharraf regime. The mushrooming of commercial markets and shopping plazas on military land is noticeable. Cantonment boards increasingly advertise calls for expression of interest by potential businessmen to build or establish markets. This misuse of state land has been pointed out in several audit reports. For instance, Audit Report 182 pointed out the loss of 15.094 million rupees, $260,000 as a result of the non-payment of rent of government buildings and shops directly into the government's treasury. These shops were constructed on A1 land that under the specific CLAR 1937 rules is primarily meant for military's operational use, and cannot legally be converted for use for any other purpose. 33. The Special Audit Report 187 on the accounts of the cantonment boards of Clifton, Karachi, Walden, Lahore, Sialkot and Gujranwala pointed out a loss of 1,006.083 million rupees, $17.35 million, as a result of the illegal conversion of military residential land for commercial use, and another 129.700 million rupees, $2.24 million, because of the commercialization of land originally meant for the Army's operational use. 34 The Military Land Manual forbids the use of military land for any purpose other than the Defense Forces operations. The values in the audit reports of land lost to commercialization by the military are conservative estimates, and not necessarily the market value of the land or buildings. There is no available record of the money received as rent by the Army Corps or the Air Force bases, because of the lack of accountability and transparency. Although it is claimed that the money is spent on welfare, there is hardly any information regarding the expenditure. It is also worth mentioning that it is difficult to calculate the pilferage of resources from the lease of government land or buildings. Since the military is spread all over the country, it is extremely hard to ascertain the extent of the loss of revenue to the state through such forced appropriation. Frontier Works Organization. There is also evidence of inefficiency in the FWO. According to Audit Report 179, the accounts of the organization for the financial year 1999/2000 showed a deficit of 4,076.868 million rupees, $70.29 million. The organization's receipts for the financial year were 4,191.365 million rupees, $72.26 million, and the expenditure 5,171.391 million rupees, $89.16 million. The difference of 980.026 million rupees, $16.897 million, represents deficit expenditure that was borne by the state. The audit report further commented that the deficit expenditure demonstrated that the organization's operations were not financially viable, or that the FWO had not managed to receive payments from its clients, that is, government departments. 35. The details of FWO's deficit spending challenge the claim made by military officers regarding the efficiency of organizations run by the armed forces. Moreover, the fact that the government was responsible for financing the organization's deficit expenditure negates the claim made by the former Army Chief, General, RTD, Mirza Aslam Beg, that NLC and FWO are not military organizations. 36 Beg's claim, however, was motivated more by the sense that professional militaries do not engage in commercial ventures or perform non-military roles. In fact, most of the senior officers interviewed for this book showed their discomfort in recognizing the Army's links with the FWO, NLC, and the welfare foundations. These people were also uncomfortable in conceding the fact that these organizations were inefficient, a fact borne out by the data presented in this chapter. Economic opportunity cost. The data regarding the performance of some of the welfare foundations is largely hidden from public. The lack of availability of information in the public realm helps the military echelons comfortably insist on the efficiency of the armed forces and the military fraternity. Moreover, hiding facts helps present the argument that the armed forces play a major role in economic development. Since the country's birth in 1947, the military and its clients have argued in favor of the defense establishment as an agent of development. 37 authors such as Raymond Moore have referred to the welfare foundations in Pakistan as a contribution to socio-economic development. This argument conforms to the thesis presented by Western writers such as Huntington and Stepan regarding the military's development role. Huntington in particular emphasizes the development perspective. While eulogizing military general rulers such as Kemal Ataturk, Jemal Abdul Nasser and Ayub Khan, Huntington was of the opinion that the military reformer is, for instance, notably more successful at promoting social economic changes than at organizing the participation of new groups in the political system. 38 authors such as Janowitz see the military officer in these rather traditional societies in developing countries as more Western in outlook, and a socio-economic reformer. 39 Therefore, military expenditure or any form of defense spending is not a bane, but a boon for economic progress. Greater defense spending, as part of an increase in government expenditure, is considered to bolster the economy in the short to medium term. Some Pakistani analysts, especially those categorized as propagandists and those who have partnered with the establishment, build on this notion and present a case for the military's control of politics and society in preference to civilian rule. For instance, Ishrat Hussain, who served as governor of the state bank during the Musharraf regime, talked about military regimes contributing more to economic progress than unstable political regimes in Pakistan. According to Hussain, military governments brought macroeconomic stability to the country as opposed to civilian governments that could not bring economic stability. 40. Intriguingly, Hussain's perception of the military seems to have undergone a dramatic shift since he wrote his book, Pakistan, The Economy of an Elitist State, in which he admonished military regimes for colluding with other elite groups to monopolize the state's resources. Talking about the macroeconomic stability brought by the two military regimes of Ayub Khan and Zia-ul-Haq, he pointed out the inequitable distribution of wealth and resources as a problem that lay at the heart of Pakistan's economic instability. Hussain appears to have completely abandoned his earlier standpoint, and criticism of the policies of military dictators like Ayub Khan, whom he found extremely monopolistic and opposed to liberalizing the economy. 41 He claimed that this shift in thinking occurred after he had a chance to closely observe Musharraf's military regime, which he joined in 2000. An insight into the military's financial affairs dispossessed him of the notions that the armed forces were hurting the economy, or that the military business complex had negative costs. 42. Hussain corroborated his argument with a table prepared from figures provided by the Karachi Stock Exchange, reproduced here as Table 9.13. According to this, the combined assets of all military-owned and related companies are only 3.60% of the total assets of listed non-financial companies. 43. There are, however, 4 observations regarding the data given in this table. First, the data presented in the table is based on the available figures of military companies registered with the Stock Exchange and the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, SECP. It is important to point out that there are only 9 military-owned companies registered with these two organizations. Therefore, the data is not complete and does not give details of many military-owned projects. Second, the 3.60% figure does not include the investment of military foundation capital in other businesses, a majority of which are not even listed. According to one senior source in the SECP, the foundations have investments in around 718 companies. A true picture would be based on adding up of the assets of all these companies. Third, Hussain's assessment does not mention the defense establishment's investment in real estate, which is one of the main profit earners for the institution and its subsidiaries. Adding up all components of military's financial stakes would bloat the figure to around 10% or control of private sector assets, as was claimed by one source. A recalculation would be based on the assets of the small and medium-sized enterprises, the subsidiaries, and individual members' stakes. This figure makes the armed forces a serious contender in the market and the economy at large. In any case, Hussein did not mention the opportunity cost of Milbus, an issue that will be discussed at length in this section. Fourth, the value assessment done by Hussein is based on a formula whereby liabilities are deducted to calculate the existing net worth of the few companies registered with the Karachi Stock Exchange. Since the liabilities of some these ventures are high, it does not give an accurate picture of the net worth of Milbus. Table 9.13 Assets of military-owned and related companies, 2002. Non-financial. Total assets of non-financial listed companies, Rs billion. 1069.97. Assets of military-owned and related companies, Rs billion. 59.19. Share of military companies in total assets. 5.53%. Financial. Total assets of financial listed companies, Rs billion. 2907.16. Assets of military-owned and related companies, Rs billion. 84.06. Share of military companies in total assets. 3%. All sectors. Total assets of financial listed companies, Rs billion. 3977.13. Assets of military-owned and related companies, Rs billion. 143.25. Share of military companies in total assets. 3.6%. Source, Hussein, 2004. Ishrath Hussein's volte-face perhaps demonstrates the comfort technocrats feel towards military regimes and vice versa. Non-political players find the ability of bureaucratic authoritarian governments to implement unpopular agendas impressive. Talking about the linkages between civil and military bureaucrats and technocrats, O'Donnell asserts that, whatever the social sector in which they operate, the incumbents of technocratic roles share many important characteristics. Their role models, and through them their basic expectations about the proper state of the social context, originate in the same societies. Their training stresses a technical problem-solving approach. Emotional issues are nonsense, the ambiguities of bargaining and politics are hindrances to rational solutions, and conflict is by definition dysfunctional. Their underlying maps of social reality are similar. That which is efficient is good, and efficient outcomes are those that can be straightforwardly measured. Point 46. The military bureaucracy is, indeed, an efficient short-term troubleshooter. Once in power, military bureaucracies anywhere in the world tend to bring a superficial cohesion, which is often more than political regimes do in such fragmented societies. In fact, this observation has been made about other regions and military regimes as well. For example, Alfred Steppen's study of the Brazilian military highlights the institution's outward image as an integrator. Point 47. This nationalism is directed towards reducing sources of internal and external threat. Since the military sees economic and social instability as threatening a nation, it is less scrupulous in implementing policies to attain progress in both these areas. However, better financial or macroeconomic performance is not the only criterion for judging the involvement of the military in politics or in economic management. The fact is that the military's direct involvement in economic development through its business complex has an opportunity cost, and creates market distortions. Milbus exacerbates cartelization in the corporate sector. The distortion is created by the military's ability to pump funds into its poorly performing ventures and to obtain disproportionate opportunities for its businesses and those of its individual members. This behavior has led to the creation of monopoly-like situations in a number of areas. Certain activities such as cargo transportation, road construction, and fertilizer and cereal manufacture are dominated by the military. Those sympathetic to the military and its financial autonomy view the fact that the military does not monopolize all areas of commercial activity as evidence of fair competition. It is believed that the military-controlled companies get contracts as a result of their better discipline and cleaner operations. However, the military does not have to create a monopoly in all sectors. The organization's involvement in entrepreneurial activities gives it a certain advantage over others, especially in areas involving huge capital expenditure which private business groups cannot afford. The military's presence as a commercial player results in creating a monopoly in specific areas, as can be seen in the case of the NLC and FWO, which have a greater capacity to muster human, financial, and other resources, enabling them to dominate the cargo transportation and road construction industries. The NLC even took business from Pakistan Railways, PR, which was once the major cargo transporter in the country. The PR officials are bitter about the situation because the railway was deprived of its monopoly of cargo transport, which is considered the main earner for any railway company. In this case, the business was moved away from one public sector concern to another. The NLC and FWO are part of the defense establishment but are given the task of selling services to the government just like any private sector firm. More importantly, instead of improving PR's management and overall conditions, the Army raised a parallel public sector organization. In addition, the military's monopoly over specific activities encourages monopoly control by other players as well. The military, as one of the dominant classes in the country, manipulates national resources and encourages crony capitalism. This makes the military's behavior similar to other dominant classes in the country which also serve their own interests of power and capital accumulation. Prominent political and private sector players are encouraged to monopolize resources as long as they side with those in power, including the armed forces. As a result, there is a lack of concerted effort by the entrepreneurial class to resist the military's entry into business. There have always been some key private sector entrepreneurs who benefited from partnering with the armed forces. Given the military's clout in governance, it made sense for big businesses, in particular, to seek an alliance with the GHQ. Understandably, the representatives of the Mancha Group, which owns one of the most important private sector banks in the country, did not object to the military's involvement in the corporate sector. According to Aftab Manzoor, president of the MCB Bank, the military's involvement in business, especially in the banking sector, did not pose any competition for his bank. 44 Similarly, Abbas Habib, president of the Bank Al Habib, another old and significant private bank, did not object to Milbus. 45 These two groups are among the business houses that have benefited from their association with the military or the ruling civilian regimes. The lack of objection is mainly because authoritarian regimes, including the armed forces, also bring opportunities to other dominant players. However, others have been critical of both cronyism and military capital. Zahid Zahir of the International Stock Exchange Karachi, and Tariq Shafi of the Crescent Group of Industries, for example, are extremely critical of the military's presence in the corporate sector. Their objection is primarily that military capital constitutes a hidden cost of security, which, if included in the budget, would show a substantial increase in the defense burden. Moreover, Milbus tends to crowd out private sector investment and is unfair in terms of getting preferential access to strategic business information. Thus, the military is tolerated as a dominant commercial player in Pakistan, and other countries as well, because this allows certain people to benefit from the same rules or lack of rules as allow the military to enter the commercial sector. The other prominent cases include Turkey and Indonesia. In Turkey, for instance, the military is one of the significant players but not the most important one. Reportedly, OYAK controls only 5% of private sector assets, which makes the military a significant actor in the market but not one with an absolute monopoly. Similarly, in Indonesia, resource exploitation is done with the help of other influential members of the political society. The Indonesian presidents Sukarno and Suharto were instrumental in institutionalizing crony capitalism, which became one of the hallmarks of their country's economy and contributed tremendously to the financial crash in 1997. The military, it must be noted, does not intend a complete takeover of the economy. Concerned with economic progress and recognizing the fact that economic functioning is not its core role, the armed forces do not bar other players from playing a more significant role in the corporate sector or in socio-economic development. The military presents its financial stakes as a benign contribution to its own welfare and the country's socio-economic development. Military capital, however, creates cronyism in the absence of rules and regulations. The defense establishment becomes central to the system of patronage encouraged both by the armed forces and civilian authoritarian regimes to perpetuate a kleptocratic redistribution of resources and opportunities. Contrary to its claim that the military supports meritocracy, senior generals in Pakistan support their clients in both business and politics. In a military government there is greater dependence on technocrats, especially experts in commerce and economics, and on the entrepreneurial class, to earn the bulk of financial resources channeled for military modernization that can be fulfilled from national budgets. The generals prefer to create a model of controlled corporate growth. The role played by the various military regimes in Pakistan in building and rebuilding the corporate sector or bringing the commercial sector under its control bears witness to the fact that the armed forces believe in macroeconomic growth which can help buy weapons. Control is exercised through two mechanisms. First, control over private entrepreneurs was assured by creating legal mechanisms. For instance, the activities of modern business associations, which had been largely free of government control, were regulated during Ayub's regime. The reorganization scheme adopted in 1958 and given legal effect in 1961 provided the government with the authority to regulate all associations. 48 Second, government's control was further emphasized through indirect means of regulating the resource allocation and distributive process. However, successful entrepreneurs, according to Stanley Kochanek, understood how to use the allocation system to secure benefits. 49. The Ayub regime initiated a highly kleptocratic redistributive process through using government machinery such as the Pakistan Industrial Development Cooperation, PIDC. This state institution was used for infrastructure development in the private sector. The PIDC helped build 25 industrial projects in West Pakistan from 1962 to 9. Most of which were then transferred to financial industrial groups. 50 Similarly, the Zia regime reincarnated a number of business groups which were inducted into the regime-sponsored political structure. Since the 1980s, other business groups too have owed their good fortune to military and civilian government patronage. Given the absence of strong political institutions and the feudal authoritarian character of the state and society, large private entrepreneurs have benefited from authoritarian regimes. Thus, the rise of a number of large business groups in Pakistan like Mansha and Hashwani and can be attributed to blatant state intervention. The authoritarian civilian governments and military regimes supported both large business and the landed feudal class. For a civil military bureaucratic regime, in particular, players with larger stakes are more manageable. Allowing market forces to naturally chart the development of business and economy could result in a greater number of players, and this option is perhaps not preferred by the military or its clients. As a result, large groups tend to dominate a larger segment of resources. In 1968, for example, the top four business families of Dawood, Saigal, Adamji, and Awan controlled 70% of the total assets. As was explained by Rashid Amjad in his 1974 study of the Karachi Stock Exchange, 41 industrial houses controlled 80% of the private sector assets. 51. This situation did not change in the subsequent years despite Bhutto's nationalization policy, which aimed at disintegrating the system of elitist control of the corporate sector. In reversing Bhutto's economic policies, Zia revived the corporate culture by unraveling the industrial and business nationalization policy. Reviving the private sector through bringing back large business was seen as key to economic development. The Nawaz Sharif family, which was one of the beneficiaries of Zia's policies, took the revival of business policy further by using official mechanisms to revive the corporate sector. The Privatization Commission was constituted in January 1991 under Nawaz Sharif's government to denationalize Sikh public sector industrial and business units. The mechanism was used to favor key business figures. Shahidur Rahman's book of May 1998, Who Owns Pakistan? talks about the government's support to the Mancha Group in assisting in its purchase of one of the larger public sector banks, the Muslim Commercial Bank. 52 The privatization policy aimed at passing on the liabilities of the privatized units to the people of Pakistan and assets to the new owners. Zia, it appears in hindsight, and those who designed the policy, were not interested in fetching a fair price of the privatized units, but to facilitate their sale to favorites at throwaway prices. 53. Therefore, the privatization policy restored the situation prevalent under Ayub of big business monopolizing business resources. The committee reviewing privatization, headed by the former Finance Secretary, H.U. Beg, in 1993 found that 38 business houses controlled over 60%, or 380 billion rupees, $6,551.72 million, of business assets. The number of prominent business families remained almost constant. While there were 42 prominent families in 1970, the figure only increased to 44 in 1997.54. By 2004/05, the military was added to the list of companies dominating the corporate sector. In addition, it had developed stakes in urban and rural real estate. The military's land acquisition, popularly referred to as the organization's land grab, had started during the mid-1950s. Although the distribution of agricultural land was justified on the basis of inherited British traditions, in effect the policy allowed the military fraternity to penetrate a socio-economic activity that had belonged to the landed feudal class. The distribution of land to military personnel was meant to neutralize the influence of major civilian landowners and to impress upon the big feudal lords the fact that the armed forces had greater influence and political clout to redistribute the land resources. However, as was discussed in Chapter 7, such an approach gradually led to the building of common interests between the military fraternity and the landed feudal class. These shared interests then stood in the way of any revolutionary changes in land ownership in the country. Currently the senior generals use their influence, like the big landowners, to draw benefits from their agricultural property, which symbolize power more than a mere source of generating capital. The relationship is driven as much by cronyism as is the relationship between the military and big business. The concept of crony capitalism is a reminder of Frederick Lane's thesis regarding rent and tribute. As was discussed in the introduction, Lane talked about the concept of rent that entrepreneurs in Europe paid to the militaries to seek economic opportunities. In the case of the modern Milbus discussed in this book, the linkage between rent and tribute is quite intense. The armed forces are allowed to engage in profit-making because of the economic opportunities they create for other influential groups or individuals. This argument applies to all those countries placed in the first two categories of civil, military relations discussed in Chapter 1. However, cases of Milbus that are found in states like Pakistan are qualitatively different. In such cases, the exploitation is not carried out outside the country, but within the country by its armed forces. The majority of military personnel talk about the exceptional efficiency of military-controlled commercial ventures. The supposed effectiveness and financial viability of these organizations is propagated as a sign of the military's superior capacity to govern the state and the society. This notion, as demonstrated in this chapter, is questionable at best, and arguably only a myth. The financial track record of some of these organizations such as the AWT and FF is not satisfactory. Given the military's influence and its ability to keep its records undercover, the public are led to believe that the military fraternity is more efficient in running commercial ventures, but this is not borne out by the facts available. The financial inefficiency of these business ventures places a financial cost on the state. Some of the financial burden, as proven in this chapter, is borne by the state by providing financial guarantees or providing loans to the military-controlled companies. The financial aid given to these foundations is detrimental to the growth of a free market economy. Private sector firms do not get such generous assistance from the state as the AWT, the FF, and the FWO. The linkage between the state and these companies, and its impact on the overall business environment, is not the only opportunity cost. The presence of the military in the private sector or in profit-making activities results in encouraging crony capitalism in the country. This creates a situation where the dominant classes collude with the military to benefit from the state and its resources at the risk of ignoring all those who are not part of the elite consensus. 10. Milbus and the future of Pakistan. Now that we have evaluated Milbus in Pakistan, it is time to revert to the fundamental research questions with which we began. When the military echelons indulge in profit-making and use the armed forces as a tool for institutional and personal economic influence, do they have an interest in withdrawing to the barracks and allowing democratic institutions to flourish? What does Milbus mean for the professional ethos of the officer cadre, which has morphed into an independent class through its domination of the state and its resources? Last but not least, how do the economic interests of the military's upper echelons impact on Pakistan's society and the country's relations with its neighbors and the rest of the world? Recapping Milbus. Milbus, as was stated in the introduction, is the name used here for a particular kind of military capital used for the personal benefit of the military fraternity, especially the officer cadre, which is neither a part of, nor recorded as part of, the defense budget. The lack of accountability, in particular, makes this type of capital illegal and questionable. Milbus is the military's internal economy, which is hidden from public view. This type of capital is found in most countries of the world. However, it is more pervasive and its consequences much more hurtful in authoritarian countries, especially those controlled by the armed forces. When militaries are not controlled by a civilian government, they tend to extend their tentacles into all segments and levels of the society and its economy. The simple principle of electoral democracy allows other stakeholders to dominate the armed forces. In countries where electoral democracy is an established norm, the military might engage in profit-making through partnerships, or in political coercion of the civil society, but political players can control the military and force it to withdraw from the economy. This was demonstrated in China, where the Communist Party ordered the military to dispose of its financial interests in the service sector. However, this control is difficult to achieve in semi-authoritarian, military-dominated political systems, where the armed forces emerge as the key player in control of the state and society. The military's power allows it to define its economic interests and exploit public and private sector resources, a behavior that increases the organization's appetite for power. Pakistan was selected here as a case study for understanding the intriguing linkage between the military's political clout and its economic interests. Milbus in Pakistan. The Pakistan military's economic interests are a result of the defense establishment's political clout, which allowed it to push for complete autonomy from all civilian stakeholders. Its numerous commercial ventures, undertaken directly by the organization or through its 4 subsidiaries and individual members of the military fraternity, are an expression of the power of the armed forces compared with the civil society and democratic institutions. However, it is important to point out that these economic interests, which over the years have consolidated into an economic empire, did not precede the military's entry into politics. Starting from the early 1950s, the military gradually encroached into politics and governance because of the relatively weak democratic institutions, and mainly because of the prominence of military security, which became the national security agenda of the state. Given the threat posed by neighboring India, the political leadership, which did not have sufficient capacity to manage the defense sector, conceded the management of the armed forces and national security to the military. The political leadership tried to use national security as a tool to build a national consensus, which diverted greater resources and attention to the armed forces. The overemphasis on defense rather than development also complicated the relations between the center and the 4 feed rating units. However, military security was viewed as the panacea for the country's internal and external insecurity. The politicians, who were predominantly from the ruling classes, used national security to strengthen their control over the military and to use the defense establishment to their political advantage. The problematic nature of politics created the space for the armed forces to start building and institutionalizing their economic interests, which were justified in the name of welfare of personnel. Furthermore, the massive industrial projects established during the 1950s and the 1960s were presented as the military's contribution to national development. A prominent Pakistani columnist, Khalid Ahmed, believes that the military's economic interests in Pakistan are a corollary of the country's peculiar nationalist agenda. In an answer to a question why military personnel get more perks and privileges, he said, "We should pay the price for what we believe in." There is a paradox triggered by our nationalism which allows the military to monopolize the state's resources. The strategic national savior paradigm invoked by the military to justify its expanding role in the state, society, and economy allows it to dominate the polity and acquire financial and other resources as it considers fit. Milbus and military professionalism. The military's financial autonomy is rooted in its core function of providing security against external threats. The military's primary task, as defined by the Constitution, relates to external security and assistance to civilian authorities at their request. However, using the strategic national security prism, the military expanded its interests to all facets of the state and society, and established a certain ethos that helped the armed forces protect their own interests. This was obvious from a statement the Air Chief, Air Marshal Tanveer Mahmood Ahmed, made in August 2006, in which he emphasized the significance of the armed forces and strong national security. Speaking in the aftermath of Israel's attack on Lebanon, he said, "The Lebanese Prime Minister was forced to cry before media because of weak defense capability of his country, and no such thing would be allowed to happen to Pakistan. Living nations used to sacrifice their resources for keeping their armed forces combat ready in peacetime. This sacrifice was necessary and was aimed at ensuring capability to meet any external threat in future. Point 2. Should this statement be interpreted as an indication of the Air Marshal's inept diplomatic skills, or a warning to those who challenge the military's monopolization of the state's resources? The military justifies Milbus as part of the indirect or larger cost borne by the society for buying national security. The various commercial ventures mentioned in chapters 5 and 6, and the massive urban and rural land acquisitions, are presented as a cost for keeping well-trained and capable armed forces. However, there is more that can be read into the Air Chief's public statement. According to Light General, RTD, Talat Masood, the statement should be interpreted as a message that since the country cannot survive without its armed forces or cannot stand up to the Indian threat, it must bear all costs for keeping a strong military defense. Point 3. A natural corollary of this interpretation is that the military, or those that benefit from the India-centered national security agenda, will not allow national security to be defined in any other way than as an external threat. This possibility means that the state's imagination of itself and the region around it remains captured by a sense of insecurity from India, which in turn signifies the dominance of defense over development. The prominent Pakistani historian Ayesha Jalil terms this the state of martial rule, in which the military plays a major role in ensuring the dominance of defense over development. From a strategic standpoint, this imbalance has an impact on the professionalism of the officer cadre, which does not let itself explore the issue of revolution in military affairs, RMA, a concept that would force them to restructure the armed forces, carry out downsizing or right-sizing, and review the military doctrine to produce a more efficient but effective military force. There are far too many interests involved for the military to be allowed to divest itself of its institutional and non-institutional economic stakes. The impact of Milbus on the character of the military institution cannot be denied. In fact, the years of involvement of senior generals in profit-making activities had two consequences. First, the military's echelons turned into a powerful group of capitalists who had the financial prowess to exploit the financial and other resources of the state. The senior generals, as was demonstrated in chapters 5, 6, and 7, used the organization's influence to obtain opportunities to further their financial and political power. Second, given these economic interests backed with political power, the military institution along with its serving and retired members transformed itself into a fraternity which was gradually consolidated into an independent class. There are well-defined rules and control over entry into the class, and developed institutional mechanisms to protect its political and economic interests. The legal and constitutional changes that were introduced by the Zia regime after the second military takeover in July 1977 were meant to strengthen the military's political power and give it maximum autonomy, which would empower the military over all political stakeholders. The incorporation of Article 58, 2b, in the 1973 Constitution served as a firebreak to discipline errant regimes and to protect the military core interests. The establishment of the NSC in April 2004, which is the core decision-making body, was the culmination of the drive to establish the military as an independent class that could protect its interests and negotiate political terms and conditions with other political players. The 4 top generals of the armed forces are members of the NSC along with 9 civilians. The NSC has the power to decide on all strategic matters including the distribution of national resources. The gradual enhancement of the military's power has had an impact on the character of military personnel. Although senior generals like to claim that the military is not involved in politics or the economy, the fact is that the organization's political intervention has given the officer cadre the sense of being beyond questioning, a perception which over the years has permeated to the lower rungs of the officer cadre as well. This has resulted in a situation where the acquisition of perks and privileges is taken for granted. The housing schemes and the agricultural land, and other facilities such as subsidized electricity, water, and natural gas supply to armed forces personnel, are not taken for granted. These perks are justified as part of the necessary benefits which ensure military personnel's greater commitment to their work. Here, it is essential to narrate the story of one mid-ranking naval officer who thanked his seniors for being provided with a house on his premature retirement. The response of his senior officer was that he shouldn't feel grateful because it was his right as a naval officer. 4. As far as professionalism in the armed forces is concerned, MILBA serves as a double-edged sword. The financial and other perks have increased competition in the armed forces, especially at the junior and mid-level ranks. These officers understand that the bulk of the rewards await them if they manage to perform well and get promoted to higher ranks. The door to greater opportunities opens once the officer reaches the rank of a brigadier, 1 star, and completely opens up with promotion to the rank of a Maj General, 2 star. However, the competition does not always follow rules. In the military system, which is completely controlled by the upper echelons, the will of the service chiefs and the senior officers is extremely important. In this environment, professionalism does not just depend on the acumen of an individual, but also on his ability to appease his seniors. This increases the risk of questionable decisions and is detrimental to the overall professional ethos. According to the PN's captain, RTD, Ifran Chirayar, majors and colonels and below are far more into professionalism and training. As long as they are not married, there are lesser pressures. Once they get married, reality hits. Also, when they interact with the outside world, their eyes open and they begin to notice the rewards. So, brigadiers and above are at risk. They interact with higher ranks and see possible economic gains. 2-star generals and above are the ones tasting power since they are part of an elite group with access to power and greater rewards. 5. This is not to suggest that professionalism has been completely eroded. There is still a core of officers who only keep to professional duties. Such officers are not even spared for duties in public sector organizations. The size of this core of officers, however, is not known. Furthermore, the economic stakes are the highest at the senior level, which is generally responsible for providing direction to the rest of the defense establishment and to the country. A number of senior generals allegedly have used their authority to engage in financial corruption. For instance, Light General, RTD, Zahid Ali Akbar is accused by the National Accountability Bureau, NAB, of indulging in corrupt practices during his stint as chairman of the National Water and Power Development Authority, WAPTA, from 1987 to 1992. Although the extent of his corruption is not known, he is accused of remitting 32.4 million rupees, US $560,000, to his foreign accounts from 1993 to 1998.6. The naval chief, Mansour ul-Haq, was accused of taking bribes in the French Augusta submarines procurement deal. However, these two stories are the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot which remains unearthed because of the lack of transparency of the defense sector. Moreover, the system of perks and privileges highlighted in this book as part of Milbus allows the military leadership to get the support of the officer cadre, especially in undertaking an action against a civilian regime. The officers, especially brigadiers and above, tend to comply with the will of the service chief out of a fear of losing financial opportunities and possibly jobs. Commenting on the power of Milbus to enforce discipline in the military, the defense analyst and businessman Ikram Shagal is of the view that the jump from a major general is a major financial jump, and so a brigadier who has a good chance for promotion does not want to disturb his future. 7 While the consequent discipline serves the interests of the military leadership, it adds to the imbalance between political forces, the fragmented civil society and the armed forces, which emerge much more cohesive and stronger than the other players. The political and financial autonomy of the military has negative implications for professionalism in strategic terms. The absolute power and authority of the military, underscored with its financial autonomy, undermines accountability in the organization. Although the organization claims to have stringent accountability mechanisms, these stand in contradiction to the overall political and administrative system, which does not hold the military accountable for its actions or question its expenditure. Senior generals challenge the perception that the commercial ventures have any impact on their work. For instance, the former Chief of the General Staff, CGS, of the Pakistan Army, Light General, RTD, Farooq Khan, was of the view that the military foundations are not affecting our professionalism. As CGS, I never went to the meetings of AWT or FF8. However, the issue under discussion is not really time, but conflicts of interest impinging upon the military's professionalism. In the words of a retired Army colonel, who was commenting on the Pakistan military's stakes in real estate, officers become property dealers and turned into millionaires overnight, and scandals hit this section of the armed forces. 9. The politics of Pakistan. The most serious consequence of the military's involvement in economic ventures relates to their sense of judgment regarding political control of the state. The financial autonomy of the armed forces, which is reflected through the burgeoning economic empire discussed in this book, establishes the officer cadre's interest in retaining political control of the state. Since political power nurtures greater financial benefits, the military fraternities see it as beneficial to perpetuate it. In this respect, economic and political interests are linked in a cyclic process. Political power guarantees economic benefits which, in turn, motivate the officer cadre to remain powerful and to play an influential role in governance. In the initial years after the country's independence, the military's economic stakes were limited to drawing resources from the national budget as part of the annual defense allocation. It could also be argued that the primacy of national security, and the task given to the armed forces of securing the state and its ideology, helped the military build the logic for its initial penetration into the economy and politics. The earlier governments were generous in allocating funds to the armed forces without introducing any proper control over the organization. The military perceived itself as a protector and benefactor that could ensure greater control of the state and its resources. With the passage of time, the defense establishment gradually extended its tentacles into all major segments of the economy and society. Every military regime created greater openings for its fraternity for benefiting from the state's resources. Using the cover of its image as the state's guardian and the only capable national institution, the armed forces sought greater avenues and opportunities for profit-making. Since the military takeover in October 1999, it has employed a greater number of serving and retired personnel in the government and public sector corporations and other organizations than at any other time in the history of Pakistan. Moreover, larger contracts are awarded to the various military companies, and more opportunities provided to the military-controlled subsidiaries and individual members of the military fraternity. The increase in military employment was explained by Light General Asad Durrani as a natural phenomenon linked with the army's top leadership selecting its trusted people to perform jobs. Since the emphasis was to improve conditions and make progress, Musharraf was inclined to give the jobs to people he trusted the most. However, this approach weakened civilian institutions further and created stakes in the system that benefited armed forces personnel. In fact, as was argued in Chapter 6, the financial stakes allowed the military fraternity to evolve into an independent class which guarded its own interests along with those of its clients from other dominant classes, and institutionalized its control of the state. Therefore, the financial cost for the army of withdrawing from politics is very high. Under these circumstances, it is almost impossible for the military to totally withdraw to the barracks and allow democratic institutions to flourish. Senior generals deny any linkage between their political and financial autonomy, and that the military's takeover of the state was driven by their economic interests. Instead, they argue that this was a result of the incapacity of civilian institutions and the political leadership. So, they claim, democracy is impossible because of the incompetent political leadership. According to Light General, RTD, Syed Mohammad Amjad, I have asked myself the question, are we ready for democracy? Is the Muslim world ready for democracy? 10. The general's despondency about the political situation did not appreciate the problematic structure of Pakistan's socio-politics, which perhaps can only produce a leadership that is not qualified to push the army back into the barracks. While pointing out the flaws of the political system, Amjad did not take into account the fact that the military is a protagonist in a semi-authoritarian system in which the dominant classes are absorbed in pursuing their own interests. The issue, thus, is not about the military being a better performer than the political governments, but about all the dominant classes contributing to creating a predatory cycle of politics. This predatory cycle creates a situation where the military and civilian leadership reinforce authoritarian rule for their own interests. As was shown in Chapters 2 and 3, successive political regimes have strengthened the army, and the logic for the military's existence, to enhance their own political clout over their political opponents. The military, unfortunately, is no different. The senior generals tend to engage in favoritism and in promoting parties and factions which strengthen the military's control. In addition, the military leaders indulge in monopolizing resources in the same fashion as politicians. The only difference, as was highlighted by the editor of the Daily Times, Najam Sethi, is that the military bends the rules and make their own rules so that no one can call it corruption. 11. The driving force here is not loyalty or ideology but vested interests. Therefore, it is not possible to get the military out of politics, or for the military to strengthen democratic institutions, even if some do claim to bolster democratic institutions. To reiterate the significance of MILBAS, the network of ventures and opportunities created by the military for the benefit of its senior members also reinforces the predatory cycle. These benefits are gained through exploiting the state's resources in partnership with the military's civilian clients. These people have stakes in an authoritarian system which provides them with great financial rewards. The civilian clients aid and abet the military's exploitation of public and private resources in order to gain benefits for themselves. This attitude, however, has a negative impact on the political future of the country. It feeds into the chasm between the center and the feed rating units, and the various ethnic communities which remain divided because of the biased policies of the state, which is dominated by military and authoritarian political forces. Today, the military's hegemony in Pakistan is a reality. It is important to note that this hegemony is three-dimensional. The military has penetrated the society, politics, and the economy. Also, it has grabbed the intellectual discourse and the imagination of the people through promoting its own people or luring others to conform to a classical realist paradigm in analyzing domestic or external issues. Unlike previous military dictatorships, Pervez Musharraf's military government is far more effective at controlling civil society institutions with minimum cost to its image. Its subtle control of the media is based on a system of rewards and selective punishment, tools used with other civil society institutions as well. Furthermore, the national security paradigm has been marketed so effectively that there is hardly any cogent element in the country that could challenge the basis for the military's existence or its dominance of the state and its society. In 2006, the top leaders of two prominent opposition parties, Benazir Bhutto and Nawaz Sharif, announced the Charter of Democracy, COD. However, their joint agenda to protest against the military's domination did not exhibit any clearly defined principle that might push the armed forces out of politics. The COD emphasized the significance of the Kashmir dispute, an issue that in the long term is bound to keep the military's importance intact. Hence, it appears more a protest against an individual, Musharraf, than a solution to push the military back permanently. Therefore, the governor of the Punjab, Light General, RTD, Khalid Maqbool, is right when he says, "I don't think there will be any government that wants to weaken the military. The army will never be threatened." 12. Hence, the political conditions are not likely to change unless the democratic forces bridge their internal divisions and put an end to the discord that seems to fragment the civil society and the political forces. The political forces would have to strengthen themselves much more than ever before, since their economic stakes have also changed the character of the military. The structure of the political parties needs to be revamped with an emphasis on democratization of the political party system. A continuation of authoritarian principles by the politicians will hardly aid in fighting back against the armed forces. Alternatively, a possible change in circumstances might occur through the special interest of external forces such as Pakistan's foreign ally, the United States, on which Islamabad has a strategic dependence. Moral and political assistance from the United States aimed at strengthening societal forces might help the political players to push the army out of politics. Even in this option, the strengthening of domestic political players is almost a precondition. Pakistan's external allies have to realize that superficial steps such as holding elections while manipulating democratic institutions and conducting pre-poll rigging, or localization of politics through local body systems, will hardly serve the purpose of strengthening democracy in Pakistan. An authoritarian system in which the military has a dominant position is hardly the panacea for Pakistan's political problems, nor does it help the long-term interests of the country's strategic external allies. A politically strong Pakistan will also be a stable Pakistan, which will not be detrimental to the South Asian region or the world at large. It is worth recognizing that Milbus and the military's financial autonomy hampers the growth of democracy in a country. This is borne out by other cases such as Turkey and Indonesia as well. In Turkey's case, the military has established a niche in the economy and the country's polity. International capital also seems to contribute to the military's financial empire. However, such cooperation strengthens the armed forces, which ultimately works against strengthening democracy in Turkey. The lack of a democratic environment, it must be noted, is one of the barriers for Ankara's entry into the European Union. The impact of Milbus in the future. While it is difficult to quantify the military's internal economy, it is equally difficult to list all the opportunity costs of Milbus. Nevertheless, for those readers who might be interested in shedding greater light on the subject, it is apt to conclude the study with a new hypothesis. It will be advantageous for all to study the linkage between Milbus, the military's transformation into an independent class and a part of the dominant elite in the country, and the rise in religious extremism in societies where this has happened. The rise in religious extremism is a common factor in all the three countries that have been put here into the category of parent-guardian military dominance, that is, Pakistan, Indonesia and Turkey. The military's transformation into a class and a part of the dominant elite negates the institution's role as an arbiter to which the society looks for providing the necessary social and political balance. The military's evolution reduces the options available to the general public, who then seek alternative ideologies. It is an interesting coincidence that in the absence of any other political ideology after the end of the Cold War, religion or religious ideology has emerged as an alternative agenda which the people in these countries seem to have sought in their search of justice and better governance. In Pakistan, the military has been central in nourishing the religious right without necessarily realizing the strength of religious ideology as an alternative to itself. The military, in fact, also supported and built various militant organizations to serve its national security objectives. The religious parties, the militant groups and the armed forces are bound in a process of reinforcing each other's strength. The greatest beneficiary, however, is the religious right, which seems to have captured the imagination of the common people. The increase in religious conservatism and the attraction of the religious right for the common people also bolster the military's significance as a possible tool for enforcing an alternative fundamentalist socio-political system in the country and the world. Although Pakistan's generals claim that they want to curb religious extremism and militancy, the published reports indicate otherwise. A report published in the English-language magazine Herald exposes in detail the government's two-faced attitude to the militants. 13 Such reports raise questions regarding the efficacy of U.S. policy, and that of other Western countries, in dealing with the issue of militancy or democracy in Pakistan, and other states that are partners in Washington's war against terror. The armed forces in Pakistan, Turkey, and Indonesia have in fact systematically used religion to further their control over the society. The strengthening of the religious right served the purpose of consolidating the control of the military over the state and society. Is there an essential link between the military institution's evolution as a class and the rise of religious extremism? How does Milbus contribute to restructuring social relationships in a society? Should the rise in religious extremism and xenophobia be seen as one of the costs of Milbus? These are some crucial questions that I leave for readers and future researchers to answer.